Like
And
little kids.
we are live. Hello, hello.
Whoa.
Howdy.
Well, back.
For better or for worse, we're here.
Yeah, for better or for worse. Well, we'll find out tonight. So yes, hello everyone. Welcome to another episode of Tricorn Isles. I know that we originally, this originally would be scheduled as an episode of Mass Effect, but Zorro is having some interwebs issues at the moment, so we put in a emergency plan just in case, so we can still have D&D up and going while the internet issues are taken care of. So here we are again, and as said, for better or for worse, we'll find out. But Zorro is AFK tonight because, again, internet issues, but I am working with her off screen to figure out what Jenka is doing down in this basement while everything is going on. So I'm gonna be working with her on that, and then working in what you guys do tonight. So when we last gathered last Monday, the crew finally got their ship, able to sneak out of the coastal city of Twilight under the night sky. You were able to meet a temporary crew that was put together by a couple people that owed Bryant a couple favors. He told you that they'll remain working for quote unquote free for about 2 weeks, and then at that point in time, negotiations should start happening if you wish to keep them on. You got your, I think you even not christened, but you named the ship, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Here.
The Wild Wanderer.
The Wild Wanderer, yes. It was a little ragtag ship with nothing on it. Barely a working sail, but you were able to take it up the coast a bit to the north to the Parsnip Scrapyard, a scrapyard run by Mama Plum and her little family of possum people. Meeting the family members and going through the business, you were able to secure pretty much everything that you would need for a standard ship. Your cannons, your ballista, your sails, bedding for the crew, upgrades to the ship, everything is already been purchased and paid for. Now the work begins with the little team of possums to outfit your ship with everything that you purchased. After a wonderful dinner served by Mama Plum, Bryant took you down into what the family refers to as the restricted section. A bunch of questionable items that the family has gathered through their times working as scrappers. Items that they found in shipwrecks and down in shallow reefs of the ocean. Things that they didn't understand. They know they're not normal, but none of them has the magical prowess to identify what exactly is going on. So they just kept it locked down here. So far as you've been down here, you've come across a small chest that seems to not want to make eye contact with anybody because it causes it to vomit up material possessions that said person desires most. And then Shara came across a handkerchief that's latched onto her face, and when they pulled it off, completely different person for a brief moment, and she turned back into Shara. And Cannonball found what he thought was the strange glass cannonball with the swirling cat's eye marble inside of it, and it turned out to be a creature calling itself Zetrot. Seemed to have a very heavy-duty grudge against Cassius Ravon, the head of the Ravon Trading Company, making a deal to fulfill Cannonball's deepest desires if Cannonball were to bring this eye to Cassius's attention. It almost seemed to be a immediate yes. As the deal was made, the large ball itself vanished from Cannonball's hands, only to be now located in his chest. Cannonball at this moment, and I should say that any sense of unease in the area sort of vanished after that deal was made. Cannonball, if anybody like observes you without like your shirt on or anything, there's like a small like lump, like right where your I forgot the name. I apparently I'm bad at anatomy tonight.
Diaphragm?
The sternum, thank you. Right where your sternum would be found is where like the eye is like centrally located. And it's like it's not like a very large protruding lump. Thankfully enough, it's just a small bump at the moment. But as Cannonball takes in a traveler, so to say, into his body, I came up with a little bit of a map for you all to see where you all stand at this moment. So I'm going to take you guys to this map here. And as you can see, there are various alcoves and stuff that sort of go into other parts of the cellar. All of it's still hand dug. And almost every wall, every inch of the wall is lined with things. The tables obviously just have things thrown about them. They're not really neatly organized at the moment. It just seems that wherever there was a place, the possums just threw it on there. But with the ease, with that dread sort of gone, you sort of have a bit of a free-spirited feel to just safely peruse the contents of this basement.
So, the little interaction that Cannonball just had, safe to assume that none of us really saw that happen since he's kind of tucked away.
Yeah, he's kind of tucked away. You heard like bits and pieces of like him saying stuff, but it not enough really to put anything together. It just sounded like Cannonball sort of rambling to himself.
Which he does, I'm sure.
Yeah. So it's like a day ending in Y with Cannonball.
He's a rather strange fellow to start with, so
Yeah,
this all seems perfectly normal for him at the moment.
Yep.
for sure.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Well, I know what Rory's looking
Standard day
for.
at the office.
Yeah, just standard day at the office for Bill.
Can I look for some stuff?
Of course, every one of you have free reign of this place. Bryant has sort of like excused himself to go back up top to talk to Mama Plum, and Jenka has done the same. She said she had a couple questions about a couple things that she saw down here that she wanted to get more insight into. I'm gonna
So
move Jenka off
Bryant's
the map.
down here with us, but Mama Plum here too?
No, Bryant was down here, but as soon as like you all began looking, he excused himself and said he was going back up topside to help out Mama Plum with the dishes.
Oh, that's what you said. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just didn't quite hear it. So I can't ask them to help me narrow down a search. That's okay. The first thing I'd like to try is look for any musical instruments.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a investigation roll for any sort of musical instrument that catches your attention.
Okay, that's cocked. All right, natural 1. So sadly, no.
Try as you might, you do see a couple instruments here and there, but none of them speak to you. There's just something either off-putting about them, or you can see that they're damaged in a way that their use as a performative instrument is no longer suitable for a bard of your talents.
All right, move on to someone else for a while then. I am utterly failing and just looking through junk instruments going,
Yeah.
No.
You're pretty much going through like the bargain bin of like crappy instruments at the moment.
Next.
Well, I'd certainly be looking around as well. I think Sharon doesn't have a lot of desires outside of drink, so I think she's probably looking around for weapons. Anything that is large and an axe is going to catch her eye.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a investigation roll.
What even is her investigation? All right. Well, with a -1 to investigation, I still got a 17.
17. So you wander out around here and you come to this room in the top left of the cellar, and you can see that there are just racks of weapons laying about, but strewn about the table itself is this like just bone white great axe. It looks like the haft of the axe itself is probably made out of like either shark bone or whale bone. And it just looks like it's just had like just this really jagged looking gemstone just shoved into one part of the haft, making just a thrown together natural axe.
She'd reach for it as soon as she spots it, and pick it up and feel the weight of it, maybe swing it around a little bit if there's room.
Yeah, you can most definitely, like, you pick it up and it seems somehow fairly balanced. The haft itself doesn't feel like it almost feels hollow. And the size of this gem that's been shoved in the top makes it look like it should be somewhat top heavy, but it's got a nice balance to it. And you can get like a nice grip on the haft as well. It doesn't look like your hands would slip or anything at that point in time.
Okay. I think, I mean, we haven't, of course, discussed any sort of prices with anyone about anything yet, but I think I'm gonna take the great axe that I currently have off of my back and put it where I found this one, and then put this one on my back.
Okay. Anyone else taking a look around?
I mean, Cannonball
Mir's
was originally
probably
trying to...
mostly
Oh.
perusing.
Just
That's
wandering
about
about? Okay.
Yeah, not actually looking for anything.
I think Pearl is pretty self-sufficient, but she might be looking. I suspect that if something has pearls in it, it would catch her eye, but that would be about it.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation roll for that one.
$11.
11. you don't necessarily see anything itself, like any pieces of jewelry or anything, but you do notice that as you're wondering about this painting here, has a couple like larger pearls embedded into each of the corners of the frame. And the inside of this painting is almost looks like as if it's moving, it's just this scene of a cave mouth, like covered in vines, and there are a couple like very thick jungle trees sort of in the foreground, sort of waving in the wind, almost as if whoever painted this must have used some form of magical paint.
How big is this painting?
About the size that it is on the map. It is something that would definitely take up a good portion of a wall.
Okay. I know what the player would do. Let me just see what. I'm just gonna roll a heads or tails here.
Okay.
Okay. I look at it and the quartermaster in me comes out. I kind of do up and decide that it's just too big. I probably can't carry it. It won't fit in my duffel bag.
As you like kind of like stretch your hands out, you're like taking like these makeshift measurements. You see a pair of eyes open up in the center of the cave and sort of just like blink, and then it's joined by like another pair of eyes, almost reptilian like, at the top, like just a little bit above the first set of eyes.
I'm gonna back way up.
Okay.
I don't want any part of that.
And as you begin to back up, walking out of the mouth of this cave is this strange amalgamation of creatures. It's like a lion's like body begins to come out, but then you see a ram's head attached onto it, and sort of slinking out from behind it, almost connected into the tail section, is like this long, venomous looking snake.
But it's all still in the picture.
It's all still in the picture. And it kind of just sits there, and the lion is just locking eyes with you.
Am I able to back away and turn around?
Yes, if you wish.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that.
Okay, go ahead and move. Go ahead and back yourself up to where you're going. Okay, so as you back away, piano music, can you stop? Thank you. I guess not. I guess the piano's just going to keep going.
Making it.
It's just like, no, you can't do this. We're just going to keep doing. We're just going to keep playing the piano. Nothing bad's happening.
It's Rory playing like really bad, like it's broken keys.
Oh
She's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
I was
just
gonna say,
untuned
Rory found a
piano
in the back.
just an untuned piano, and just like, Rory, come on.
I don't want to stop. Keys are a little broken, but I'm still jamming.
So I think you would see this given your position, Shara, but as Pearl turns her back and begins to walk away from this painting on the wall, you see this large creature just leap through the canvas out as this claw comes down and just goes to make like a raking attack towards Pearl's back.
Oh my gosh.
But it comes down and just slams into the down into the soil as the claws barely miss Pearl's back. As a chimera is now standing in this room. I'm gonna need initiative for everyone.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just looked at it. I didn't even touch it.
I mean, it was a very pretty painting.
Well, it wouldn't have fit anywhere. I mean,
Yeah, we could shove it in the captain's quarters. I mean, not now, obviously, but
is that one of those? Oh, I should take this back. The captain would like it. Yeah, no.
I would have loved a chimera painting.
Well, it
You
wasn't
mean-
a chimera painting initially. It just sort of looked jungly, which also doesn't terribly appeal to Pearl. But I mean, the heads tails was a nope. So
That's a.
for all the
12
good that did
initiative.
me. I love that I can get into trouble when I'm trying not to get into trouble.
All right, Rory. You can start us off here as soon as that claw hits down into the ground, the lion's head just lets out this bellowing roar that kind of just like echoes throughout the basement here. And I'm mistaken, it wasn't a snake's head, it's a dragon's head. I forgot the chimera in D&D has a dragon's head instead of a snake's head.
Oh, that's so much better.
I'm thinking Dragon's Dogma Chimera when it's a snake.
It's been depicted as either a snake or a dragon, or it's like it depends on the like region and the mythos.
Yeah.
Like, really.
Some
So,
sort of reptile.
yeah. I would like to do. I don't know if it will be a free action check or if you want me to use an action to really think about it, but I'd like to try to do like a lore check to see if I know any or recall any information about chimeras, because it seems it's like a significant mythical figure, right? So potentially, maybe not in this world, but is there any kind of role I can do to see if I know any information about this creature?
How in depth are you trying to go with this information?
I'm trying to remember legends, like how legendary heroes might have faced and defeated, like some stories about it.
Oh yeah,
I
if,
might have heard.
if it's just like like trying to like just do a brief like off the cuff recall of information, yeah, it's totally a free action. And
Okay.
you can either give me a history or an arcana roll, because these are
Okay.
because chimera
So
are
it's
monstrosities, so you may get different information based off of whatever you roll.
Got it. I get that, and then I think I get to add. Where is it? Oh, that's already added in. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. So that would be a 16.
A 16. You know that these creatures are sort of twisted creations. That it's either due to like some arcane corruption or the twisted imaginations of like an arcane user personified. They're not natural. Their original creation wasn't natural in sense. So like they vary from creature to creature depending on what's been thrown together. But this one seems to be more of a textbook looking chimera.
And did I see where it came from? That it came out of the painting?
You didn't, because at that moment your back was sort of turned as you were going through like the
Yeah.
bargain bin of crappy instruments.
Okay. With that knowledge, and we've seen that I know that there's magical items here. I know the room didn't have a creature in it before. I just don't know where the creature came from. So I think I'm going to shout out, where the hell did this come from? Who touched what?
I didn't touch anything, honest. I was just looking at it because it had pearls on it, and then I kind of put my hands out to see how big it was, and I decided it was bigger than I was, and I didn't.
At that, at her talking about had pearls on it, I'm gonna try to look behind the creature to see what item has pearls on it.
Okay, so if you want to use your action as an investigation roll to see if an investigation or perception roll to see if you can't find something in the area big enough to house this thing that has pearls in it, you can go ahead and do that.
Because she's not making it very clear that it's from the painting, unfortunately. So
She's a little rattled.
For sure. And I don't want to meta, so. Okay, that would be 15.
15. Was that investigation or perception?
That was investigation.
So as you're staring at this thing, you're trying to find anything within its general vicinity that would be housing a pearl. It lowers itself down for a brief moment, and you can see in one of the corners of the frame behind it, there is like this large white pearl embedded into it.
Okay. In the painting frame?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just use a bonus action or whatnot just to shout out, "This isn't natural. Destroy the painting." See
Okay.
if that helps. That's my guess. And I'm going to move away.
Probably a good idea.
Classic me.
I'm gonna duck into this corner over here.
Yep.
Okay. Shara.
Now, being where I was, I assume I saw this thing like come out of the painting and
Oh, yeah.
go after Pearl.
Oh yeah, this was more of like you walking out, happy you just got this, cool kick-ass looking axe. And then the next moment, you just see this giant beast just leap out of a picture frame and take a swipe at your companion.
Okay, well, Shara isn't the smartest girl. So she's gonna go over here and grab the painting.
Okay.
And try and like whack this thing over one of its heads with the painting, hoping either A, it destroys the painting and this thing goes away, or B, it gets sucked back into the painting.
Go right ahead and make an attack with the painting. With disadvantage because it's sort of like an oblong object.
That's fair.
Yeah. You're kind of like trying to lift a couch at the moment.
But at least it's not bigger than you are. It's bigger than I am.
I don't have the feat for improvised weapons, so that makes sense. Still a good roll, though. That is going to be a strength-based attack, I assume.
Yes.
So that will be, without proficiency, is going to be 16.
16. You pick up this painting and just bring it down onto the body of this creature. And sure enough, you just slam the entire thing down. And now all that's there is this picture frame laying face down on the ground. As the chimera is not there anymore.
And then I'm going to stand on top of the painting.
Okay.
Just in case it tries to like wriggle its way out or something.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pick this to the DM layer here. And you're just now standing on this painting. But doesn't seem to be any movement or anything like that.
Did you get it?
Pearl.
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, I am so sorry. Oh,
I mean, actually, at this point in time, you're out of initiative.
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, are we still in initiative?
Nope.
I'm gonna peek around the corner. It worked?
maybe you shouldn't stand there, Shara.
You're just gonna come running around the corner with an axe drawn going, what was that?
Oh, you just literally shoved it. Did you put that on top of it?
Yeah, I saw it like jump out of the painting and go after Pearl. So I figured if it can jump out of the painting, maybe the painting can jump on it. It's gone. That's, I think, what matters.
Well done.
What was it?
I don't know.
Do I know what it was from my lore check?
Yeah, you know it's a chimera.
It's called a chimera. Nasty
Can you put
creature.
it back in a painting?
It's not natural. It's usually created by arcane means. I figured it was tied to something in this room since the room was previously vacant of said chimera.
But
What?
maybe we should just like put something heavy on the painting so it doesn't like flip back over.
Yeah,
I
we should
would
do that.
love to know how the possum family got that in here without triggering anything, because I didn't even touch it.
Maybe they had it wrapped
me.
up.
At it?
Pardon?
Did you look at it?
I did, yeah.
Some things only activate when you look at them.
But how could you hang a painting straight without looking at it?
I don't.
Just
Was it
Maybe
even
it
hanging?
was just
Or was it just like
selective.
sitting on the floor?
Oh, that's a good
it was
point.
leaning against the wall. It wasn't really hung up. It was just against
so
the
it wasn't
wall.
hung up or anything. Okay.
No. It is just pretty much they found like a wall big enough to support it. They just sort of leaned it against the wall.
There's many things that only work when you look at them or don't look at them, depending on the thing.
That's actually
Well,
quite astute.
I actually I looked at the pearls first. That was what drew my attention. And maybe that was maybe it was a matter that I looked at the pearls and then I looked at it. I'm not am I bright enough to figure anything out here?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana roll. Muir. You as well can give me an intelligence roll.
Okay, Arcana is 17.
Well, that's the end of Mir's intelligence. That was a 1.
That was a 1. Muir doesn't know what this is. They just like, yep, it's a picture. With the 17, you don't really feel as if the pearls themselves were what caused it. From the way that they were set inside the picture frame, it looks like it was just there to add beauty to the scenery. But what it feels like is it's you looking at it probably didn't activate it, as you noticed that there were things moving right as your eyes sort of made contact with it. So this thing had been active for quite some time.
Just be careful going forward, everybody.
Well,
Seems
maybe
like there's surprises.
I mean, I did put my hands out to try and figure out about how big it was, so maybe it was my hand movements or something that.
It could have been
I'm
a number of
sorry.
things.
I'll be more careful.
There's only so much you can do. I mean, we knew what we were getting into when we went down here. They did warn us. But we handled it really well, really fast. So, well done, Shara. Good thinking. Pearl, you were smart for trying to get out of the way.
No,
So,
I didn't think you wanted it. I guess you don't want it for your quarters, huh?
I'll pass, but thanks. Where's Cannonball? Are you okay? Did you hear any of this?
Never been better, matey. A little distracted. Kind of busy over here.
Okay. Do whatever you do. That's fine. Have fun.
We will walk back towards everybody here.
And you can see Shara standing on top of standing on top of the back of a large painting.
Well, matey, whatever you need as a floor mat.
Just don't lift it up.
Never intended to, matey. Not one for the arts.
Rory.
I'm not surprised.
Rory, because I keep forgetting you're a freaking bard. Give me an Arcana check on this thing, on this painting.
Okay.
Look,
Because I keep playing it like
I'm not
a
used to
roguey.
bards. I'm not used to bards, okay?
That's fine. I'm a roguey bard. I probably will multi-class eventually. Okay. That is Arcana 16.
Thank God. So staring
God, is that what you
like
said?
yeah, it's just like it's like this thing is so cool. I want somebody to find something out about it.
I've been there. I've been there as a DM so
It's
many
like,
times.
this
in
is
Chimera
cool. Stop
Collective.
rolling low. So, given what you saw and what was described by Pearl, and what you witnessed as the painting was slammed back down onto this chimera's back, you have a feeling that you're staring at something known as a fey canvas. Something that acts sort of like a two-way painting, or like a two-way portal to various locations of the Feywild.
Okay. And it's possible it was a portal of some kind to the Feywild. They've got strange creatures. There's beings capable of creating chimeras there. So, with the veil so thin in these areas, it's pretty easy to make an active portal, I guess, if you have that kind of power. Two ways. I don't know if we want to really go into it, but if we ever needed to enter the Feywild, and she looks over at the bunny man, at Mir. I mean, that could potentially
The
be
more
a
I
way
learn
home
about
for
it,
you.
the less I want to go there.
That's fair. Just letting you know the option seems to be open as long as you can rush past a chimera,
And whatever else is there.
which is a lot.
Were you there for very long before you were here?
No. Comparatively, no.
Like, how old were you? Like a little bunny, little baby guy with
You
big
see
ears,
a
or
confused look and just an ear twitch.
Well,
Don't remember.
like smaller than you are right now? I mean, like, were you like
Yes.
in a basket
Yes.
and just dropped off and abandoned?
No.
There's a lot of stories like that about kids getting dropped off in weird places in
No.
baskets.
More went out running and just fell through.
Oh, there's a lot of stories like that too. Did you fall through something like this? Was it a fancy rabbit hole or a mirror or one of these like pink canvas two-way portals?
More like running through a spider web.
That's a new one. I write that down. She gets her journal out and starts noting things about what just happened and also
And
what
it
Mira is
wasn't there
sharing.
when I turned around. And well,
Where's my notes on me?
were you just running, or was something chasing you? Given what we just saw,
the Feywilds aren't all trying to murder you.
well, my first impression isn't a very good one.
Come to the Feywild. We have chimera.
I mean,
So
they either be trying to kill you, or enslave you, or take your soul, or play tricks on you that then kill you, or have ye soul be taken. I'll pass.
There's some fun stories too, but most of them do end with some sort of trickery.
see, most of the
Make
stories
deals
that I've
with
heard
Fae.
about that place is just like they got some real big parties going there.
Yes, the kind that end up with ye being tricked, enslaved, or losing your soul.
But
Not
drunk.
if you're wily
Make
enough.
deals with Fae.
Always make deals with Fey.
No,
But you're from there. Why?
I actually would love to go to the Feywild one day, but not now.
I mean,
I'm not-
apparently we've got a door, right underneath my feet.
Exactly, and we know exactly where it is.
And
And
it's
I
got
can
a
stay
guard.
here.
Well, it's here right now, but I mean, we're not the only people through here. We could come back and it might not be here anymore.
Maybe we should
I think there is.
tell the
Oh yeah, for sure. If they don't already know.
owners that they have a chimera painting that might maul customers.
They did say it was dangerous down here.
Yes, but dangerous and potentially dead due to a chimera in the basement are two very different things.
That's fair.
Or
Also-
customers that never come back.
Yeah, they might want to know about a portal specifically.
Yeah,
Or-
especially if it's two-way. I mean, things can just walk right through at any point, right? They
Or they
might
could
come
end up
down
with-
here.
How?
More
They might come down
customers.
here one day and there's 20 chimeras down here.
Or pixies.
They wouldn't fit.
Fucking pixies.
I mean, who knows?
So as everybody's talking about portals and pixies and animals, Cannonball's brain just kind of disconnects. As is, usually the case with Cannonball here. Rojan, Cannonball's gonna roam around a little bit, and he's gonna kind of resume his whole looking for any form of firearm
Okay.
original look, if that's all the same while everybody else is talking.
Yep. And Mira, you could give me an investigation roll too, because you were perusing.
Sure.
I love it. I love random perusing.
Yeah, look what got me.
So that's a 14.
14, okay.
If you want you said investigation?
Yes.
8.
8.
Don't ask me for anything involving int.
Yep. So you walk around and nothing really seems to be catching your eye. There's just a lot of confusion as to, at the moment, why there was a two-way gate to the Feywild down in the basement, and that seems to be where your thoughts are at the moment. Cannonball, you find a strange, what might be considered a firearm. It's small, like hand size, and it looks like it maybe fits like a small iron pellet inside of it. Looks like just a small single shot, like boot pistol.
Like one of those.
It looks like a
Hold out.
It looks like a Derringer.
Derringer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks like
okay.
it looks like a Derringer.
So easy to conceal is what I'm hearing.
Very easy to conceal. Like the size of it itself, you could pretty much just like you could just pretty much palm the whole thing and nobody would see it.
The size be not what matters. We are going to take a quick look at it. I am not going to touch it just yet, though. We are going to first take a look at it.
Okay.
And
It looks like it's made out of mostly silver
ooh,
with
very nice.
with like so like a threaded grip on it, though from the looks of it, the grip is maybe 2 fingers and then like your thumb over it, just with the size of this gun.
Does it have any markings on it?
It's got, and you don't really understand why, but it's got like a small dagger sort of like carved into the side of the small barrel.
Okay. One last thing I'd like to do is a quick Arcana check on it.
What are you doing Arcana for?
I just want to see if Cannonball's feeling any sort of magic emanations coming from it.
Okay, so normally how that would work is you would have to sit there and study it for an hour, and then after an hour you would understand if this thing had any properties. You would understand the properties that it did have.
Okay, so yeah, we're not doing that right now then. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, F it, we'll pick it up, see what
Okay.
happens.
You pick it up and you now have this small silver pistol in your hand.
Cool. All right, well, that's what we're gonna take with us. We're gonna obviously purchase it, but we're gonna take with us.
Okay. Shara, are you doing anything other than standing on the painting? Are you like picking it back up, or because you've been standing, you stand on it for about like 10 minutes. You feel no rumblings, no anything. It's just been flat on the ground this entire time.
I would probably slowly move off of it, but keeping myself like right here between the rest of the group and the painting in case it just like jumps up and something crazy flies out.
Okay.
Should for sure put something heavy on it.
But like you step off of it and it stays flat. Given that it's kind of like a two-way door, doesn't seem like there would be any means for them to be able to flip it up on the other side. This seems to be the sort of entrant, like the entry point of the door itself, and the other side just seems to be an exit.
So the door is basically closed at the moment.
The door at this point in time is closed because it's just face down on the earth.
Okay. Keeping it face down, I'm gonna slide it so that it butts up against this wall here again, just so it's not in the walkway.
Okay. So you just slide it on over and it just sits there.
Okay. And I'll just rejoin everybody else in wandering around this place and having a look.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody wants to do for perusing down here? If there's anything else on your mind?
Rory is gonna kind of, I guess, move away from specifically looking for musical instruments, I guess, and start opening it up for. She kind of keeps in her mind that she would like something that would enhance her power in some way, and she's all about mind abilities like psychic or anything that's illusion based or glamour or like stuff like that. So she's kind of looking for anything that speaks to her in that sense. I know she doesn't have detect magic or anything like that, and I'm not spending any amount of time with anything, but looking for items that might have that kind of symbolism, I guess, to start with. Anything that might do with the mind, like a circlet or, things like that might indicate they might have some sort of magic of the mind abilities.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation roll.
Or charisma boost or whatever, Know what I mean?
You're looking for bard stuff.
Bard stuff.
Because we all know all the instruments down here are broken and busted and not really that great. You may have found a kazoo, but that's about it.
Yeah. Investigation?
Mm-hmm.
13.
13? You wander about, and going through, you find yourself in another one of the tucked away rooms. As you find this very plain and opaque looking dress on a mannequin. Doesn't have any sort of like features that seem to stand out whatsoever. It seems to be very plain, very not really Rory, but for some reason you're just drawn to this. And as you're drawn to it and you begin to walk towards it and you're like looking at it, there's a bit of a shimmer that goes over the cloth itself as it transforms into the ensign's uniform that you had worn that night that you witnessed the botched weapons deal. And it's duplicated to a T. Like, and it only maintains there for a moment, and it kind of like begins to stutter and sort of lose its glow as it goes right back to that opaque dress.
I'm gonna pick it up and I'll shout out to the group. I'm gonna try something stupid. So if something happens,
we hear it.
Par
Behold,
for the course.
we hear it. Behold, roleplay endorse stupid actions,
and
especially
I'm
if you're the
going
DM.
I'm gonna take off my clothes.
Okay.
And in that corner there, I don't care. She doesn't really have modesty. So she takes off her clothes and puts the dress on and then puts her armor over the dress and kind of looks down at it and thinks about like a ball gown.
Okay, and as you think of like a ball gown, there's a bit of like rush through your memory as you seem to be going through like different people's histories as your mind locks onto an elven princess, and just almost instantly you are in this beautiful like soft light green and gold ball gown. And at the same time you do this, for some reason you are completely fluent in High Elven. And you kind of feel a little bit weird, like your skin is like kind of feels a little tight on your face.
I'll step out and be like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Does this look like a gown?
And Rory steps out, and you could tell it's Rory, but her skin has more of like this like almost sunlight glow to it, and her ears come to a very high point as she's in this beautiful green and gold gown.
Those disguises are getting pretty elaborate.
So that it worked. It doesn't look plain to you.
A definite improvement.
All right.
How'd you do the ears?
Yeah, ears.
Mirror flip.
And you can see that your face, while it's still yours, kind of has like a few angular adjustments, making you look appear a little more elven like, though you've got these very large like high point ears. Like, not to like when you see like you've seen your fair share of elves and half elves in the Tricorn, and their ears do not come to this like huge point. This is almost something ancient.
Wow. I vaguely had I guess when I was thinking about the Feywild, I guess I was really stuck on it for a while. I look good. I could work with this. It's coming with me.
Rory,
Yeah.
I have a thought.
Mm-hmm.
And she points to Shara. Can you look like that?
Probably with some modifications. I'm gonna think about like a dock worker's outfit, but with more like not an exact replica of Shara, but just like one of the
Hakarl.
Yeah,
Okay.
female Hakarl in the dock worker's rough outfit,
So-
sun bleached, torn.
All of you see this dress kind of shrink, or not shrink, but warp back to this opaque design. And as it goes back to like an opaque design, Rory's features go completely blank, as it's almost as if her face has vanished. The ears sink back down into her head, and there's just this rush again, Rory, of like memories that you seem to be going through. And you find a memory of a Hakarl dock worker, as the dress now goes into just like a pair of pants that have been sort of like tied up at the knees. You've got a red belt around, like a red cloth belt around your waist. Your shirt is just this very flowy white, like sailor shirt, though it's got a couple stains on it. And your face sort of, it hurts a bit as you can feel it like stretching everything to where you're no longer comfortable with it. So as everything settles, the pain kind of like dies down. There's a bit of numbness for a few moments, but as everybody sees that the dress and then the liquid that Rory's skin has turned into form into that of a Hakaral dock worker, though her height has not changed.
Do I know the language?
Yes. You know, I believe it's Aquan they speak.
Okay. She'll say to Shara, did it work in Aquan?
Yeah, you're looking pretty fine there, Rory. A bit on the short side, but I won't hold it against you.
Thanks. And I'll smile with my sharky tooth smile.
At that, when you're in this form as well, you feel like along the sides of your neck that there are working gills.
I think I might have found a solution to the whole I don't breathe water issue. Hopefully.
Should
Voice
be
is
able
probably
to-
gravelly.
To
I imagine.
swim like that as well, I'd imagine.
I'll give it a shot. Never been the strongest swimmer, but maybe with this body. I mean, this is more than what I can usually do with a disguise. Quite a bit more.
Yeah, the whole, like, the process, kinda gross. But
It really
seems to
hurt.
work.
I'll be honest, I don't think I'm gonna want to do this too often.
You could be anything? Anyone?
I don't know. I had to test it out. I think I'm gonna go back to being me, though, for a while.
Give me
Uh-oh.
give me a charisma check with advantage.
This is like her nightmare of like losing herself in her, like not really knowing who she is anymore. Oh no. With advantage?
With advantage.
Thankfully. This dice has not been kind to me today. It's been okay, but not okay, that's better. Just straight, just add my charisma modifier.
Just straight
Okay.
charisma roll.
22.
22. You just like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to me, and just easily enough you revert back to you wearing just this very plain looking opaque gown.
Do I get the sense that I'm gonna have to put this on and off, or can I just wear it all the time and activate it when I want to? Like, have it look like my normal adventuring attire, or have it look like something particular for a while?
At this point in time, you don't know, though.
Okay.
From what
Spend
you
time with
gather, it seems that you're not necessarily just pulling disguises out of the blue. You're almost recalling memories and history of real people, and it's seemingly duplicating them.
Oh. But I can recall myself.
You can you were easily able to recall yourself and revert back to your own form in this like opaque looking dress.
Okay. I'm gonna take it off and go grab my clothes and wrap it up.
Okay.
Take it with me. Spend some time with it later. But I'm like cradling this like it's a precious, precious thing.
It's a baby.
It is my new baby.
Anyone else taking like one last look around the basement here, or are you looking to go back up?
Yeah, I mean, I might as well. Take a quick look around for anything that I can use as a piercing. I've got lots of piercings on me, so any sort of like hoops or little studs that may be sitting around.
Like earrings and whatnot?
Yeah.
Perfect. Go ahead and give me that investigation roll.
Oh, so close to that 20, but instead it's going to be a 13.
A 13. So you find a like a small display case that's got just random rings and like earrings and whatnot just thrown inside. Again, not organized whatsoever. But you're looking in there and nothing really stands out to you. They look all pretty not you.
Okay. Let's kind of glance over them, shrug, and kind of make my way back towards where we entered. As I pass by that jewelry box, treasure chest thingy that we disrupted when we first came out here,
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of like nudge it with my foot. I'm like, see ya.
Yeah, bye. It's still just kind of like laying on its back, staring up at the ceiling.
That poor thing.
Anyone else looking around?
No, I think I came to terms with the fact that there was nothing of interest for me.
Okay.
Unless you want to go visit the Feywild.
No.
I mean, I won't argue against it. I mean, if anyone's interested, there's a gate right there.
Yeah, I mean, we know where one is now, at the very least.
No, Pearl's had more than enough excitement for one day, for one
Fair.
druid.
That's fair. So everyone makes it back up topside. By the time you've gotten up there, Bryant and Mama Pearl have pretty much put away the dishes after cleaning them up. And he kind of smiles over to the group. Anything interesting down there?
Few things. Emotion
Did you know
too.
you have a living painting in the basement?
Mama Pearl kind of like tilts her head. Living painting? No, I can't say that I knew there was a living painting. I know we had one that, when we first grabbed it, was just the scene of a mountain range, and by the time we brought it down into the basement, leaned it against the wall, it was then a cave. We just thought it was one of those, fancy people paintings that change scenery.
It's a Fey portal. Two-way. Something tried to come attack us through it. Chimera.
Oh. Well.
We put it back and left the
You might want
painting.
to lay it down.
Yeah,
face
face down.
Let's see. I'll have to have one of the kids take a look at it at some point. Give it a little once over. If it's truly that dangerous, we're gonna have to find a means of destroying it. But if it is a portal to the Feywild, it would be nice to go home for once. Maybe visit some family.
That's where you're from.
That's where I'm originally from. Yes, all of my children were born here on this realm, but I myself am a resident of the Feywild.
Lovely.
Our people aren't natural here.
But it seemed to not like come alive or anything anymore when we laid it face down. So maybe that's all you need to do is just leave it like that until you want to use it.
I guess that would be a good question, or not a good question, but a good solution. I mean, if it's a portal and you're facing it down to the ground, you pretty much shut the door on them. I'll keep that in
Make sure you're
mind.
heavily armed if you decide to go through.
Oh, don't mind me. And she kind of grabs her ladle and kind of like, just like pumps, like just like slaps it in her hand. She's like, I've walloped quite a few things in my time.
Insight check?
Sure.
What is my insight again? What's my modifier for that? Okay. 18.
18. When she says that she's walloped some things in her time, she specifically means she smacked things around with this ladle. As you can see that there are some very well-defined dents in the basin of it.
I believe it. I would like this dress.
Oh, it's
And I
yours.
hold it up.
We don't charge for anything down there, as we haven't had anyone be able to fairly assess what it is that we have stored down there. So we just let people take what they want. Just, you know, ask that they don't be greedy and know that there may be curses involved.
Cannonball was about to go right back down those stairs until, you know, they said don't be greedy, and he kind of just shrugs and keeps back up with everyone else.
I'll take it all.
I'll take your entire stories.
Well, I know I found something. I think Shara, that looks like a new axe.
Yeah, I found this kind of neat looking axe down there. When I picked it up, I left mine in its place, so.
Oh, you can take your axe with you. That's no problem. Actually, I would prefer if you took your axe with you so nobody really got confused that there was just a mundane axe down below. And we've said that most things down there have some sort of magical aura to them.
Suppose I could, like, give it to one of the crew or something.
Yeah.
'Cause
Or-
as much as I would love the idea of dual wielding great axes, I'm not there yet.
Or a backup in case you throw that one overboard.
Suppose that's possible as well. I have thrown my fair share of axes.
I believe that too.
Are they at
Did anybody
people or
else?
Just in general?
Both.
Me or Pearl, Cannonball, did any of you find anything to your liking?
Sadly, no.
Just
Sadly not.
the painting and that ended rather badly, and I had decided it was too big.
Please don't bring the painting on board.
I don't want the painting. I don't ever want to really see that painting again. It was a scary cave to start with, and then it just got worse.
You're rather quiet, Cannonball. Did you find anything?
Actually, I did, matey. And he's gonna hold out the silver pistol that he found.
You see this small, like, palm pistol that
Figures.
even Cannonball's hands are just like eating.
What do you mean even Cannonball's hands?
You're human.
Well, that's adorable.
It's quite cute. I like it.
Yes. I guess that's it. Thanks for letting us
Well-
peruse.
If you want to peruse at any other time while you're here, just let me know and I'll give you the key. But my children should be working on your ship, you know, soon. You're definitely going to need a place to stay for tonight. Don't worry, we have a bunk for those that need to stay for a day or two as we outfit their ships. Clean rooms, everything. You should be fine. If you do find yourself wanting to go on a midnight stroll, don't stray too far away from the grounds. There are bits of troublemakers outside the walls at night, and well, I would hate for any of you to be lost.
Understood.
But as long as you stay within the confines of our walls, you should be fine to walk around wherever you want.
What time of day is it right now?
Around this time, it's probably about 7-ish after you finish dinner and you spend your time going through the restricted section in the basement.
Okay. And we've got like how many days of repairs to go through?
Mama Pearl lets you know that everything should be said and done by noon tomorrow.
I'm going to write her a promissory note to my bank, the Shadow Bank account.
Okay.
For I believe the full amount was, let's see, 3,900. Someone let me know if that's different. That's what I added up from last game.
30. Did you say 3,100?
3,900.
2009. Okay.
Yeah, because Cannonball paid for some of the things out of his own pocket.
He paid
Right.
for the ammunition himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
60.
So I'm covering the ballista, the ballistas and the cannons and the repairs to the ship and all the upgrades.
Yeah, I must be missing something because I'm a little shy of that. But yeah, that would be great.
I'm pretty sure that's right. So I'll minus that from my total.
You might want to consider adding a bit more ballista bolts. I came up a bit short.
Oh, sure. How many did you get?
Only 3. The rest of the balls and cannons and chain shots and grape shots and everything else kind of drained me coin purse.
We okay on those, though? Just need more ballista bolts?
Pretty much, matey. We can last a siege with the rest of them.
Very well. Are there any ballista, like harpoon type, that can be shot from a ballista?
That's not in my specialty, Darren. She kind of like looks over to Bryant. He's like, they would have to be pretty large harpoons. I mean, ballista bolts themselves are well over 12, 13 feet. But I mean, we do have the winches on the ship that we can launch harpoons out if we need to, or you can do it the old-fashioned way and just throw them at people.
Oh, that's fair. Sure, I can handle that. Very well. Let's go ahead and add on. God, I don't know how many ballista bolts. Like, Rory looks panicky not panicky, but she looks with like a raised eyebrow because Rory doesn't panic. Only I panic. She looks the raised eyebrow at the rest of the crew and Cannonball and Janka and like, how many?
I'd do yourself a favor and add at least another 10 of the explosive ones.
I look at Bryant. How many?
Pearl, you
That's
let him make
reasonable for a
explosive ones? And she's like, he's a free spirit. I can't tell him no.
It'd be quite useful.
That useful isn't what I'm worried about. Well, and he kind of looks over to back over to Cannonball. He's like, so how much did he charge you for them?
Not all that much if me memory serves. Here.
I only have that there was 150 gold for ballista bolt. I don't know how much for explosive.
No, so give me a minute actually. Let me pull it up here. I had it. It was 10 gold per explosive shot for a total of 30. The 150 was for the grape shots, I believe, and then we've got 10 grape shots and 10 chain shots. One was 100, the other one was 150, and we got 60 regular cannonballs for a gold apiece.
Oh, sorry, the ballista itself might have been 150. I got a note here, 5 gold each for a normal ballista. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's about right for the normals.
Mm-hmm.
And the explosive ones are 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right.
10 gold apiece, matey.
So 100 gold's worth, making it at even 4,000. That's fine.
That sounds about right. I mean, we don't want to overload ourselves on munitions, and I really don't think.
Speaking of overloading ourselves on munitions, I was thinking if you guys could supply us with like some of that alchemist fire shit, that you throw and it bursts into flame, that'll mess up a ship real good.
Yeah, to mess up our own ship real good.
You're
too.
gonna have to talk. You're gonna have to talk to Pyro about that one. But I know he has his own vats and creations of this alchemist fire, as you call it. He calls it hot sauce.
I like that name better.
Them explosives ballista bolts, matey, will do something quite similar.
Right, but explosives, you know, those make like big holes in things, throw shrapnel everywhere, which is great, a lot of fun. But, you know, you throw some alchemist fire at somebody's sails, they're not getting away.
What happens if it gets caught? I'm just thinking there's a lot of damage potential on our own ship here.
Yeah, I mean, generally you don't want to get it on yourself because it's like sticky and on fire, and that's bad.
Let's put it to a vote. Is there a need for alchemist fire, crew? I vote nay.
There's always a good need for alchemist fire. It's just you need a crew that's trained in handling and storing it. And while, you know, those we have on the ship at the moment are a good crew, I wouldn't trust them anywhere near a thing of alchemist fire. I'm afraid that some of them would try to drink the stuff, especially if, you know, we tell them that the name is hot sauce.
That sounds like 2 nays.
I think I would rather have harpoons if I had my choice. We don't have harpoons yet, I don't think.
Pearl is trying to barter.
Yeah, you're never going to get a straight answer out of Pearl, right? There's always
Bartering her
negotiation.
vote. I'll vote nay if I get harpoons.
Yeah.
Very well.
Tell you what, Shara, would you rather have alchemist fire or an extra barrel of rum?
Can I change my vote to nay?
I think we've got an accord, mateys.
I think we have enough of everything. You know, these funds are not, you know, once they're gone, and also there's going to be a payday. The less we have to pay back, the better if we fail. Which is probably not even an option.
Already owe you a lot of money.
Yeah. I'm just saying, let's not treat this as, you know, I am full of, but I'm not Miss Moneybags. I know it looks like it.
It really does. Like, you give off that impression a lot.
Yeah, when I want to. But these funds have very strong ties. Strings attached. So
Well, good thing ye be the one spending them and not us, matey.
I'll agree to the bolts. Do we already
And
have
the extra
harpoon?
rum.
Do we already have harpoons? No to the extra rum.
Guess we're getting the alchemist fire, Shara.
No. She can buy it herself if she wants it.
I don't have any money.
Oh, too bad. That's
I don't
just-
see any notes that we did get any harpoons.
You didn't.
Weren't
If it's under munitions.
weren't
You didn't
they
buy harpoons.
included with some of the fishing stuff?
You
That's
have
what I was
you
wondering.
have fishing harpoons. You don't have
Okay.
you don't have technically combat harpoons.
No.
She's talking about those like pronged projectiles that you would shoot over like the railing or something that you use to pull the other ship closer or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a grappling hook. That's different again.
Ah,
That's what I was
you,
thinking.
you mean like flat out a
The
harpoon? then.
ballista.
Well, you do have a couple winches on the front of the ship. But those have been more put in place to grab like items that you see floating in the water, like just drifting by. That way you don't have to stop the ship. You can just stop and shoot it. But no, you don't have any sort of grappling harpoons in order to like anchor yourself to another ship.
Okay. And I imagine that would have to be something that would be shot from a ballista, and so they've already said.
Yeah,
no
a
to that.
ballista or like another,
Alright.
like a spear thrower or something.
Okay. Well, we have fishing ones at least. Do we want combat ones?
I don't
So,
really,
like,
I don't
full
really suggest us at the moment going into any sort of crew to crew battle, if possible. Most ships that we come across at this point in time are going to be running close to a full crew, and we're barely operational.
Good point. Running is probably best right now.
So, yeah, I would suggest run and gun.
Okay. We'll put a pin in that. 4,000 gold for everything. I think that covers all of our basic needs and then some. Are you keeping track of the ammunition cannonball? Do you want to add?
Mama Plum
10?
smiles. She shakes her head and puts her paw on yours. She's like, "Don't worry, dear. It's all on the house."
What do you?
And she kind of like gives you a smile, and she kind of like walks away, and she looks over to Bryant. And what's your passive perception?
13.
13. You catch just the slightest like wink that she gives to him as she walks away.
Rory is truly flabbergasted because her world is all about give and take and money and favors. So she's now trying to figure out, what am I gonna owe right now? Like, she gives like a confused look to
It's like-
Bryant.
He's kind of like a little confused too, and he just gives you a shrug. And she turns around, she's like, "Don't worry, use that for your crew,
Buying more rum.
or buying more rum. There's no telling when you're going to come across more crew members and everything. And well, 4,000 gold, well, that's good for one person. You're going to need that to pay those who sign on, those who decide to stay, upkeep on your ship. Sailing is a very expensive business to take a step into. And while I can see some of you do have your sea legs about you, when it comes to running your own ship and crew, it doesn't seem like any of you have that sort of knowledge about you. So take this as a safety blanket. Mistakes will be made, but if you have the amount of money to cover said mistakes, you can learn and not really get too hurt by it.
I don't often not know what to say. But if you or your family is ever in need of any kind,
like, oh, we're definitely fine, but you've got this one. She kind of points to Bryant with you. So look after him, make sure that he doesn't do anything too dumb, which she kind of stares at him. He is known to do. And he kind of looks at you and at Plum. He's like, "Plum, that was one kitchen fire.
no fires." Okay. If you change your mind, let us know.
And she shakes her. It's like, "Again, dear, I'm fine. Don't worry about it."
I'll repay you one day, in some way.
Repay me in making a better life for yourself.
Rory really looks like she's just fritzing. Like, she's like, I need what? Like, this isn't how business is done. I don't understand. Does not compute. She's just gonna kind of sit down and just stare for a little bit, thinking about this. But yeah, Cannonball, you're keeping track of the ammunition, right? Because you're weapons dude.
10 chain shots, 60 regular cannonballs, 10 great shots, 13 explosive shots so far.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we need Pearl, were you keeping track of our food? Like what rations they said that we had? Like
oh,
do we have like certain like months?
I have
rations?
basically
Brian's like,
a month's worth of food down at basically a comfortable eating package was
I'll
for a
get,
month.
Brian sort of speaks up. I'll keep track of the food stores. You know,
Okay.
I'm gonna be living in the kitchen most of the time anyway, so I'll coordinate with Pearl anytime I think we need to resupply on the goods.
Great.
Not to mention, if worse comes to worse, we do have those fishing harpoons and those fishing rods on the boats.
Yes. Okay. This is new. Mama Plum, have you heard anything about the Ravon Trading Company?
Oh, the Ravon Trading Company, yes. Wonderful bunch. I have had tea with Mr. Cassius here and there. He's a very well-traveled gentleman. Always looking to mostly find information out about the Feywild. You know, he comes and goes when he has time, but I haven't seen him for about a good 2-3 years.
Oh. Have you heard of anything about a sister of his?
Only from what he has said, and those two have a bit of a history with one another. He says she is venom incarnate. She's tried a few times to kill him when they were younger, but I haven't had the pleasure to meet the last myself.
You ever mention, you know, maybe a place he's visited her before that he avoids, or an area that he
The two of them
knows she's in?
The two of them aren't really family that seem to sit down and have a holiday meal together, if you catch my meaning. Their meetings are usually happenstance, and when they are, they're very short and sweet.
Well, thank you. I have a lot of interest in hearing, but it's very dangerous information, so don't ask. But if you happen to hear anything about his sister or an organization called Ravon Acquisitions, again, don't prod. It's too dangerous to do so, but maybe hold that information for us.
I will. You don't have to worry about me. I don't go poking my nose in business that isn't mine. And nobody gets information out of me unless they pay, so... I mean, present company excluded here.
Thank you. Okay. Can I have some tea?
Oh, yes. It's just a phrase, but what's your poison?
Something calming.
Calming. I do have some chamomile if that's up your alley.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes. Anyone else? Tea? Coffee? Rum?
Rum.
Had me at rum, matey.
He's like,
Actually, tea right now sounds pretty good.
She kind of looks over to Mir. Anything for you?
Just tea will do.
Very well. Go ahead and take a seat and I'll get that whipped up. And she's like, Bryant, dear, can you help me? I may need you to reach the top shelf on some things. She kind of goes off into the back and starts getting everything prepared. A little bit of time passes and she brings out a small tray with a couple cups with a large tea kettle in it, for those of you who wish to have some tea. For those of you who wanted some rum, she brings out just these 2 large steins of spiced rum for each of you. And then there's a small tray of like various cookies and baked goods that she puts out to the center of the table as well.
Definitely grabbing some cookies.
Thank ye kindly, matey.
It's like,
Thank you.
and when you're ready to retire, Bryant will show you to where the bunks are located. For me, I'm going to close up shop here in the kitchen and retire with my own family. But I will see you in the morning, bright and early. I'll have breakfast ready and raring to go. Before I leave, is anybody allergic to anything? Is eating anything going to kill you? You know, I don't want dead bodies, you know, strewn about the scrapyard.
No, I think I'm good. If I have an allergy, I haven't found it yet, so.
Perfect. I will, I'll make a very bountiful breakfast for our celebration tomorrow for the ship.
Man, this place is great. Why can't we just hide out here until the heat dies down?
We don't want to bring this kind of heat to these people.
I suppose.
Oh, it is quite lovely.
She just sort of walks off, humming to herself as she like goes off to like one of the a area where there's like a large, like thrown together ramshackle house. It's just like different like combinations of wood and metal and everything. And as she's walking up, the rest of the kids are joining her.
I guess Shara doesn't have any further plans for the night. It's just eating and drinking until bed.
And Bryant sits down with you and sort of partakes in the tea and cookies as well. Was there something you're saying, Cannonball?
Yeah, once we're done with all of the eating and drinking and all that, Cannonball will spend that extra hour checking out the Derringer.
Sure. If anyone else wants to do the same thing, you can feel free to do that.
If someone's willing to look at my axe for me, because I am not magically inclined in any way.
Well, you necessarily don't have to be magically inclined. It's anybody who spends time with an hour is able to determine any sort of properties that an item may have, if it has any.
Okay, yeah, I will take time to do that as well.
Okay. Rory, you gonna do that with your dress?
No, I have other plans. I'm just seeing what other people are
Okay.
doing before I say anything.
All right. So, after an hour, Cannonball, your pistol does have a property to it. The name of the gun is the pea shooter. It does not require any sort of ammunition. It seems to always have one little like iron pellet in the chamber. But what this pistol can do is when you fire it at somebody, it's got like a short range, like the maximum range it is 15 feet. But when you shoot somebody with this, it does 1d4 damage, but it applies a sneak attack modifier on top of it equal to what you would what your level is if you were a rogue.
Oh wow. That's actually amazing.
Dang.
Sorry, I'm quickly gonna write that down, but yes.
Yep. And then Shara, that gemstone that's in your axe here, It is just a hunk of like primeval energy. Given time that you've looked over and everything, this is an item that yes, you are going to have to attune to. The gemstone blade itself is a living entity. It is a piece of a gemstone elemental. While you have this weapon in your hand, you have resistance to lightning based attacks. And it has this strange feature as every time you strike something, it begins to build like this static electricity. That once it gains up to 6 stacks, it's able to release just a small burst of electricity with the next strike. Right now with this, when you spend this burst, it's going to do an additional 2d6 lightning damage to whatever you strike. Now, the static that's built up inside of it, though, does decay, and it will die down after a long rest.
Okay. So resets at long rest.
But aside from that, it does the same amount of damage as a as your basic Great Axe.
Gotcha. All right. Awesome.
So those of you who aren't drinking and staring at items, do you have anything that you wanted to take care of tonight before retiring?
I do. I was giving other people a chance to go first if they want to. Okay, you do.
Nothing here.
So during that hour, I think Rory is gonna ask, turn to Bryant while they're sipping their tea. I know she said it was dangerous to walk far, but could we go on a little walk outside? Come with me?
Oh yeah, of course. I know. I mean, as long as we stick close to the ocean itself, we shouldn't be too bad. The stalkers normally don't leave the tree line, so as long as we don't break that, we should be fine.
Okay. Yeah.
He gets up from the bench and holds his hand out to pretty much escort you out of the scrapyard.
She takes his hand. As they're walking, she's gonna ask him. She's quiet for a little while, and then kind of lets go of his hand and fiddles with some like strings on her corset a little bit, and then kind of says, "So you grew up here?"
Not here. My life starting off, I was pretty much on the sea constantly the moment that I learned my letters. Mom was a member of the ship's crew that I signed on to, and she sort of, instantly had a motherly instinct about her, and she sort of took me underneath her wing, taught me the ins and outs of cooking and how to keep my wits about me on the ocean, and who not to be mixed up with in life. I mean, she's the whole reason why I own the Bounty now.
How long were you with her and the family?
I've been with her well, if you go by what she says, I'm her firstborn. But I've been a member of this family for a good 20 some odd years.
What's that like?
What's what like?
That you guys are just so comfortable with each other. and trusting and giving. And is she for real? Are they for real?
Yes, they're totally for real. They are just a very happy and honest people.
She never, asked anything of you or had you do any favors for her for...
Well, I mean, only what a mother would ask their child. Nothing that would put my life in danger. She is a bit of an overbearing mother when it comes to that.
Oh. So yeah, what's that like?
To have a mother figure that's sort of watches over you constantly.
Sure, yeah.
It's nice. It's relaxing to say that. Knowing that no matter how bad things got, if things got their worst, I know that Anastasia and I would be able to have a life here. Would be welcomed in with our adoptive family.
She never, there's got to be times where she's lied to you or
Never.
had you do anything that, for the better of the family. Like she, do something to make money for the family.
Nope.
Like,
Mom isn't somebody who would use those she cares about to get anything.
so she literally just gives you guys.
She gives her children and those she deems worthy enough the world without asking anything in return. Now, if you're a dishonest individual or she just doesn't like you, then yeah, she will use you until you run dry.
I don't understand that.
Don't understand what?
People always want something.
I think it's more of her being from the Feywild. She's one of those Fey that are more giving than taking.
Okay.
She's a nurturer.
Interesting. Why did you join us? You didn't have to.
Well,
You could have hid out here for a while and
I
things
could
died down. Or...
I could have, but then I would have left you high and dry, and well, that would have disappointed Plum, and I can't disappoint my mother. Not to mention, I thought of you as a friend, and I couldn't leave a friend high.
Rory has a moment where she really wants to do detect thoughts, but she doesn't.
Holding back from yelling. He finds you cute, matey.
She doesn't want to betray someone who she doesn't really understand friendship fully yet, but Ryan's one of the closest people she's had to a friend who knows who she is. And it took a long time to build that trust, I imagine. But so she has a moment where her fingers twitch where she almost wants to cast, but stops herself. And just kind of nods.
You've got that look on your face.
What look? You don't.
When you don't grasp the entire picture, but you want to.
Yes, that's true. But I won't with you.
Well, if there's anything that you need answers to, you can ask me.
Okay. I'm trying to figure something out.
Well, if I can assist in any way, I'm here if you need me. And once he kind of points out to the ship, and as he points to it, you just see like these, like a multiple of possums just all over the ship. So like half of this group of possums are like these like stark white, like albino possums. The other ones are just like these midnight black ones. They seem to be all over the ship, setting everything up. And there's probably about a good like 12 white and 12 black all over the ship.
How many kids does she have?
Oh, those are only 2 of them. Pitter and Patter have well mastered the ability to duplicate themselves when need be.
That's handy.
Oh yes, they are, out of all of the siblings, they are the most Fey-like. They have more of a connection to their Fey magic than the others do.
Where do you have connection to? What you did on the coast, that was different.
Oh yeah, well, I learned the druidic arts as a child, and I was, I guess you can say, gifted with some arcane magic abilities when I was born. So I'm a bit of an amalgamation between a druid and a sorcerer.
Interesting.
So I tend to keep away from the sorcerer abilities because sometimes I mean to cast one thing and horses fall out of the sky.
Is that a saying I'm not familiar with?
Oh no, literal horses will fall out of the sky.
Really?
Yes. Or things will just spontaneously combust. Or I am covered in glitter for 3 hours. It's just... It's...
That I need to see. I want to see the glitter or glittering horses.
No,
Or...
oh no, not glittering horses. When the horses appear, it's very bloody and disturbing.
Oh.
Because they fall from
okay.
about 30 feet from the sky, and well...
Oh, not as humorous anymore.
It's like people are dropping bags of meat out of the sky, and sometimes they land on people, and then it's just even more horrendous.
That's bad.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very bad. All right.
And I think that's why Mama Plum was a bit drawing to me to begin with. She felt the little fey twinge inside of me.
Interesting. Oh, that's nice. Thanks for walking and you know, sharing stuff with me. It's just Mama Plum is an anomaly to me. And the family
Well,
is
sometimes mothers are anomalies.
I wouldn't know.
Never
But-
knew yours?
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. But it was just me and Dad for a long time, and I don't want to talk about that right now.
Oh. I won't push. You know, sometimes family is a very uncomfortable subject.
To say the least.
I mean, when I tell people that I come from a family of possums, I get some rather odd looks and people question my sanity.
You really say that?
Of course. I love my family.
I actually think you mentioned that once, and I think I brushed it off as a joke, but
Most people do take it as a joke, especially if they're drinking at the bar.
yeah. Well, walk with me a while more.
As long as you want.
All right. And she'll walk along the coast for a little while before heading in with him. Maybe occasionally saying a few things, but mostly just walking in silence together.
Okay. So,
That's it for me.
as this is going on, can you give me a perception roll?
Uh-oh. Natural 1. Sadly.
You are just lost with him at the moment. So you're unaware of your surroundings.
Which is rare for me. I'm dealing with some weird emotions.
What are these emotions? Okay. But after a while, the two of you return back to the compound itself, and he takes you and shows you to the bunks that everyone is sleeping in. It's like a one-room collective. He's like, this is where you and your friends are at. Believe it or not, I have my own room here, so.
I imagine so. Have a good night.
You too. Sort of walks off.
Rory plops and looks for the cleanest possible hammock or whatever is there.
All of the beds are very well taken care of. They're not like, little heaps of trash with like a discarded baby blanket thrown over it or anything like that.
Okay. If I have any more time tonight, then I'll spend it staring at the thing, but it's fine if I've already killed my evening. I'll just do it in the morning.
You like by the time that you retire for you come back, everybody else is already asleep in the room and you're feeling a bit tired yourself. Okay. So as we close out on this day, let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break so we can get up, freshen our drinks, stretch our legs and all that fun stuff. And we will be back.
risk, because a lot of them have died.
Right, we're back.
Hi.
A lot of them have died, huh?
Hello.
Yeah, we were talking about my characters.
Yeah, that's true. Death seems to follow you in every game.
High risk, high reward.
The player was trying to understand more about Cassius from way back.
Cassius had a lot of decisions that were
questionable.
FAAF questions.
Yeah.
Cassius was the embodiment of that.
Yep.
I wonder what would happen if.
Oftentimes it didn't even go that far. It was just kind of, I wonder. Oh, we're already doing it. Okay. And yet, he still wasn't the one that got on Ichirai's nerves the most.
No, that's because you guys had Nakrath. Which surprised me. Which surprised me since Elric quite literally made a pact with a Lord of Hell.
He sure did.
And Nakrath was the one that got on Ichirai's nerves the most.
Elric was also very careful with what he did.
Elric was the embodiment of, the perfect Hellspawn warlock.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever learned in character what his goals were, but I remember him telling us out of character at some point that he basically wanted to take the place of Mephistopheles.
Mm-hmm. His whole plan was to gain power and backstab him.
Makes sense that he was very careful and played things close to the chest, because you don't want word getting back to that guy that you're trying to kill him and take his place.
And that was
what are you doing? Oh, nothing.
That was also the introduction of the Hellfire Pact.
Yeah, that was great. Scary.
Oh, so welcome back, everyone. And it is the dawning of a new day. And much to her promise, as Mama Plum said, almost just like right at the crack of dawn, there is just a loud bell that starts ringing from the center of the scrapyard, sort of telling everyone that breakfast is served.
I am up and out that door, getting some of that breakfast as quick as I can.
Yep. Rory isn't rushing. She just saunters.
And it's like, as you guys are sort of walking out of the bunks, you see Bryant and Pitter and Patter just booking it to the like very unlike Bryant, just like running full speed, arms pumping. You see like Patter's got her like a grip on the back of his shirt. She's kind of flying behind him as he's just running full speed to breakfast.
Rory continues to look perplexed.
And as you all make your way to the center of the scrapyard, you see that Mama Plum has like a spread out on the table of like very hearty oatmeals and various fruits and dried foodstuffs. But there's also a grill going where Pyro is sitting on like this little makeshift grill that he's like put together, and he's just grilling up just like this large side of meat. And like every now and then he kind of pokes and prods it, shaves off a little bit of it and puts it onto the plate, and Plum picks it up and takes it over to the table, and just almost instantly as it touches the table, the children just grab like their respective handfuls and just start tearing in.
I'm gonna find a seat closest to that grill.
And Pyro kind of like eyes you as you. It's not really a like an actual seat. It's just a chair, and he kind of like eyes you. Can I help you with something?
Yeah, you can help me with some of whatever that is.
Open up. And he
Just open
takes just like a cleaver and just cleaves off like a chunk of meat and just throws it over his shoulder, and just it sinks right into your mouth. And your tongue is like almost instantly on fire from the spice of this thing.
Yes, matey, he cooked it with the hot sauce.
But it's amazing. It is just like this very like fall off the bone like meat that's been like extra seasoned and almost marinated in some sort of like hot sauce concoction.
And her eyes just go wide, and she starts like salivating immediately. That kind of salivating that when you eat too much hot stuff, it happens and you can't stop it. She's not trying to stop it either. Like, tongue is practically out the side of her mouth.
Tongue is numb.
And she's just, once she finishes eating what she had, she just opens up again, and she's gonna keep going for as long as he keeps tossing meat into her face.
And he kind of just laughs, and every time you open up, it's just met with just a no look over the shoulder shot just directly into your mouth.
Nose starts running. She starts crying, but she's still going.
Yeah, and it's like everyone has like a healthy serving of whatever they want on the table, including this meat.
Rory pokes at it suspiciously.
And like you look over at, like, Bryant kind of looks at you and his mouth full is like, it's good. You can just see like there's all kinds of like this very like thick like molasses like sauce over his lips and everything, and he's eating more like a possum than he is a human. Just his hands are just like covered in like the sauce, and it's got like a few like little flecks of like a piece of apple or something on it, and he very comfortable, just very being himself right now. As you look at the rest of his siblings, and they're all doing this, though they've got just like this sauce just all smeared along the fur around their mouths.
I imagine Rory sits next to Pearl and just leans in and goes, I can't decide if this is adorable or horribly disturbing.
It's unexpected. I must admit, I thought we ate reasonably well on my grandfather's ships, but I've never seen food like this. Have you tried it, though? I mean, maybe it's one of those irresistible foods.
Well, I wasn't talking about the food. I was talking about, and she just gestures to the family.
And like, as you could see that like, Pierre and Bryant are engaged in conversation, but they're speaking almost like what sounds like possum to one another, as, you know, bulges of food in their cheek, you know, no table manners whatsoever, as they're just conversation with one of them, and like the pitter and patter are just cracking up as they're kind of like flinging food across the table at each other and trying to catch it as it goes by.
You know what? When in Rome, I'm a chameleon. Let's fit in. And she puts her silverware down and just like opens up her blouse a little bit so it doesn't get on it if she scribbles anything. Just picks up the meat with her hands and just takes a big old bite and then proceeds to eat with her hands. You can tell it's a struggle for her, but she's trying to like adopt some of the mannerisms to try to fit in a little better.
What is Rory's tolerance to spice?
Probably not the best.
Probably not the best. Okay, can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
Okay.
Just for flavor, when Pearl sees Rory doing this, Pearl's going to stand up on her chair and take her napkin and kind of tie her napkin around Rory like a bib, because she can see that Rory's trying not to get her clothes dirty.
Thank you. She gives you a look like, thanks. I'm trying to do my thing, but I appreciate that. But yeah, Rory got a natural 1, So this dice has not been kind to
Rory,
me.
you bite into this meat, and for a brief moment, it is just the most flavorful, juiciest thing you ever tasted. And it's fine. It's delicious. And you swallow.
That's really good.
And then all of a sudden, almost like a wick on like a stick of TNT, your tongue begins to burn and going down your throat and your esophagus as your tongue goes completely numb. Like the arch of your mouth is on fire. You could almost swear you feel your teeth liquefying, but they're not. As like the biggest, like the most intense heat you have ever had in your mouth is now just, it's like you're housing a sun in there.
I imagine my tears are, there's probably like
Oh,
a shit
like-
ton of tears
like-
and snot, and it's just
No
messy.
joke, Pearl, you can see steam coming out of Rory's ears.
Or he like tries to cover her face and like is rushing for whatever. Like, is there?
Oh, there are
if it's like an animal trough of
no
water.
there are cups in front of like each placement.
She's just downing.
Yeah,
every
and you
single cup.
down it, and it like almost instantly extinguishes the fire.
Does my tongue feel swollen or anything?
Nope.
Like,
Tongue feels perfectly fine.
What is that meat?
And as you say that, you just see that Bryant just takes another big bite out of like his chunk and just like happily chews it down.
How do you do that? How?
He kind of like points at it and gives a thumbs up. And Mama Plum comes by and she notices you notices the reaction that you had. She's like, these kids. She kind of sets down another tankard of the liquid you were drinking. Pyro calls this his fireball fillet. It's a mixture of herbs and spices, salt and pepper, and then a little bit of a watered down version of his hot sauce that he uses for his bombs.
Like what they use in alchemy fire.
I knew it.
Yes, but
Hey.
it's safe for consumption. Adds a little kick.
I don't
And-
feel it's very safe.
Oh, it is completely safe. Nobody's died from it before. I mean, that's why we have these drinks here, to put out the fire for those who honestly cannot stand the heat. But just take a sip of that after every bite and you'll be fine. Or if it's not your thing, don't worry. There are other things here you can eat. Pyro won't be offended if you can't stomach it. He knows not everybody is built for it.
Do my best. And she eats everything else on her plate,
Okay.
like very purposefully avoiding the meat. And when she thinks Mama Plum's not looking, she's gonna flick it in the direction of Shara. The rest of the meat.
Okay, so for this, I'm going to need an athletics check from Shara, as this is like being made like full court shot down to her mouth.
What do you think is my real eye is like watering right now?
She's in a frenzy right now for whatever this is, because that's a 24.
You throw this thing in Shara's direction, and she just leaps off the ground, just snagging it out of midair, and it causes all the kids at the table just to cheer and kind of cling their little cups together as they drank, and then stuff their faces even more.
After a little time of eating, I think Rory's gonna just leave the table for a bit and go off somewhere, looking over to that, probably that, are we in that same room where the window seat was?
You're
Or a different area?
you're in the central part of the scrapyard where the kitchen and tables and stuff were at when you originally met Mama Plum.
Okay, I'm gonna go where Bryant and her were sitting before. She's just gonna sit up in there and take out the dress and she grabs a thing of tea with her and is just gonna sip tea and just pet the thing and spend time with it and look at every little strand and
Okay.
stitch on it.
All right. So while
Do that
you're
for the next
while
hour.
you're looking over your dress, is anybody else partaking in the meat?
If Pearl didn't have any on her plate, I think she would have decided that she didn't need to go there and probably just taken more oatmeal and fruit.
Okay.
Negative.
And she also looks to see what other people are doing, and can she kind of, discreetly get away with not having it without being noticed.
You notice that Mama Plum isn't really helping herself to any of the meat. She's, kind of reserved herself to tea and oatmeal, a bit of honey. And Rory, after her first bite, sort of did the same. But all of the possum children and Bryant are just gorging on like every bit of meat that's put on the table.
Pearl, the only thing Pearl would do would ask if there would be extra honey she could have.
Oh, of course. Then like Bryant kind of like motions to just like this large bowl full of honey.
And Pearl puts what most people would consider to be far too much honey on
No such thing.
Everything.
No such thing. As somebody who loves a ton of honey on everything they eat, there is no such thing as too much honey.
Well, enough that it might stand out to other
Yeah.
people. But yeah, an excessive amount. Let's
Yeah.
just say.
What about Cannonball? Is he trying the meat?
I mean, he's gonna see, Pyro here making the food, right? And I mean, this is the same man that same man, same possum. that he is the guy who sold him the ammo
Yeah.
and all that stuff. Right?
He's the munitions expert of the family.
And yes, hearing mention of the hot sauce, I mean, Cannonball can't resist. And is gonna walk up to Pyro and say, Pyro, me boy. I hear you make this extra spicy.
Well, to some and others, it's, just a flavor enhancement, a little explosion in the mouth.
Make it a double. He'll push a plate in front of him.
He kind of like, very clumsily, because he doesn't really understand it, he kind of snaps for a moment and then like maybe like 3 seconds later gives you a finger gun. But he just carves off a huge chunk and just puts it on your plate for you.
And Cannonball is gonna just kind of stand there holding the meat, right? And he's gonna say, well, the extra sauce on top, matey, come on. Don't make me beg.
He goes, oh, you want? And he kind of like reaches underneath the grill, and there's just this black decanter in his hands.
Oh no.
And as he pops off the top, there's a little spout of flame that kind of shoots out for a brief second.
Oh lord.
And he just covers the meat in this sauce, and as it does, there's a bit of a sizzle, as you can see that it cooks the meat a little bit more. But afterwards, it kind of like dies down, and it kind of gives it like sort of like a molasses look on the meat. Like it's like almost glazed now.
Oh my. Well, yeah. We're gonna definitely
Okay. So
bid our sense of taste adieu.
what is Bill's tolerance to spice? Is he an individual that likes a lot of spice in his food, or
he's an old sea dog, right? So I mean, look, we're used to having garbage food and having to douse it in spices
in whatever you can find. Yeah,
try to make it taste half decent.
Okay. Okay, can you give me a Constitution saving throw here?
With pleasure. So that is an 18 plus anything. 18 plus 2. So that is a 20.
This thing is heaven. Like it's like kind of the same experience that Shara had, but you just, there's that spark in your mouth and like you just feel like a molten sun inside of it, but it's slowly like dies down to like a tolerable level, and it is just heaven.
Feels like we'd be eating the sun, matey, and it tastes delicious.
Not to say much for his taste buds, but yes.
And as breakfast sort of winds down, Rory, your dress is weaved out of cloth from a combination of silkworms and spiders, like silkworm silk and spider silk from the Feywild, giving it this adaptive glamour ability, as to it doesn't allow you to change the look of it only. Throughout history, anybody who has worn this has had part of their memories absorbed into the fabric itself, allowing the next wearer to recall on those memories to wear that outfit that they had, but at the same time taking on like their racial features as well. And at the same time, it sort of gives you a bit of that person's prior knowledge. As in, like, when you were the Carl dock worker, you had the gills and you're able to breathe water. When you were the high elf royalty, you sort of had the access to the high elf language and more of their traits than you would normally have. Though your height does not change.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. Excited to see what's in there. Does it, I guess I wouldn't get a sense of what this thing is called, so I'm guessing I can name it myself if I wanted to, or does it have, do I get a sense? Does it have a tag somewhere?
It's called the Doppler skin.
A Doppler skin?
Doppler skin.
Fucking cool. Badass.
Like almost as soon as you identify this, you see that Bryant and the rest of the possums kind of form like in a circle, minus Mama Plum, and they kind of like take a stance, and they all hit their chest at once, and they lean back and open their mouth as all of them let out a spit, like just a spout of fire out, and it kind of burns there for a brief moment, and then they all kind of cough a little bit and hit their chest, and they all just start laughing.
Again, I don't know if that's adorable or highly disturbing.
And as that happens, Piccolo, their bard brother, sort of goes around and kind of waves his hands on everybody as he casts prestidigitation and cleans them all up.
I need to learn that.
And after they're all clean, they kind of, put their dishes away, and then Pitter and Patter go back to the dock to finish up the final touch-ups on the ship. And as the breakfast area sort of clears up, Mama Plum comes over to the group. Well, your ship should be ready in a few hours, so if there's anything you need, or if there's anything I can do for you, now would be the time. Oh, speaking of time, I had Piccolo take a look at that painting. And seems that depending on where you place the painting, the scenery changes. He noticed the manticore and move the painting out of shock, and it changed the scene to a waterfall. And then he pulled it again, just like kept pulling it around the room, and there were just different scenes of a large forest or jungle from the Feywild in it, which would kind of make sense, seeing as how when we originally found it, it was the image of an ocean, but when we brought it here, it sort of changed. So I guess you can move the painting around and step through to different areas, but we've sort of located it to where it's pointed away from the cave now, so the manticore should not be jumping through anytime, and we put a cover over it. Little warning sticker for anybody who may be interested in it.
Rory takes out her journal and adds a few notes.
But if there's anything that I can do for you, or if there's anything that you need, let me know. If not, enjoy the rest of your time here, and if you ever need anything, nice more meal, place to stay, upgrades to your ship, whatever it be, think of this as a second home.
Excuse me, kind madam. What about sneaking that extra barrel of rum on board?
You are... Give me a persuasion roll.
That is a 14 plus 6. We are looking at a 20.
He kind of laughs, and she walks over to you and sort of pulls you down a little bit. Like, don't worry, I've made sure to get an extra barrel there, but it's some of the spice specialty, sort of what you and your friend had last night.
Ye be quite generous, madam. I'll remember this.
She kind of like boops you on the nose with her ladle as she backs up a little bit from you.
As anybody would do if Cannonball was in their face, let's be real. Alright. He'll nod gratefully one more time and just walk back to the group and give Shara just like the faintest of nudges as he walks past.
I assume I was probably close enough to overhear that we've got an extra barrel of rum. So she's looking quite excited, although still, panting and salivating and crying.
Tears of joy, matey, tears of joy.
All she can muster is a nod.
Shara, maybe you should, let some of that build up out like the others did. Just point it out to see. Might make you feel better.
She thinks for a moment, and then it gives you a knowing nod and points herself away from everybody. And she's gonna take some air in to force a burp.
Okay.
But just out of curiosity, she's gonna purse her lips when she burps to try to focus the flame into almost like a blowtorch style flame.
Okay.
Just to see if it works.
Okay. So as you do that, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Poor lips.
That's gonna be a 19.
A 19. Okay. So Now give me a performance roll.
14.
14. So you sit yourself down, you inhale, and as you exhale, you purse your lips into this probably good 30-foot line of what would be like a blowtorch flame. And it burns for about 2 seconds before dying out.
And she looks surprised that actually worked. And she looks over at Rory. Good idea. It worked. Now I've got room for more.
Oh no, that's not exactly what
And Pyro's like, well, I don't have anything fresh right now, but tell you what, I'll give you I'll add a couple pounds of the jerky version of this onto
a jerky version?
Oh, of course there's a jerky version.
You are my new best friend.
He's like,
I'm quite offended.
I'll put some in the stores for you.
Thank you.
We'll be back when we run out.
Well, if you need, well, technically not cannonball, but technically my brother knows how to cook it, but he doesn't have any of the hot sauce, so you see where the problem is. I mean, it's still delicious. It just doesn't have that kick. Well, maybe that's a good thing since you're on a ship, you know. Having to exhale that fire on wood, probably not the best thing.
We'll be fine.
We did have a conversation about how fire should be avoided on the ship
bet.
for the time being.
That's why I like dwarf ships. They're metal. You can't light them on fire.
I never understood how metal could float.
I don't know either, but, you know, they make it work. You're going to see a lot of weird ships out there. I'm just letting you know that. Oh, and if you see a floating alabaster city, up to you if you want to go to it. Interesting fishman sort of oversees it. His name's Claudius. He every now and then the city will come to the surface and it sort of sails around before going back underwater.
Wait, did you say it goes underwater?
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a specific place where it seems to come up from, or does it just kind of appear wherever?
Wherever the Nautilus it's built on decides to go.
A little bit concerning.
Any tips for dealing with this, Claudius?
Mm.
As in, like, you know, making sure that we're welcome.
Oh, he likes visitors. Him and his people are very friendly. Overly friendly, but we've never had a problem with him. We're more the ship to ship hello, but, you know, Mama's talked to him once or twice.
Okay.
Well, I vote that if we see it, we avoid it. But if it's unavoidable, you can do the talking, Rory.
Naturally. I think it sounds highly interesting. Anything new is always valuable, or something unusual if not new or rare.
And
I'm
anything
interested.
from the depths is usually dangerous.
With risk come reward.
I'm going to remember you said that.
A friend of mine once said that. Unless anyone else needs Mama Plum, Rory just asks her if she'll sit with her and tell her some stories about her time at the sea, because Rory loves to gain more stories. So she's just gonna ask Mama Plum to sit with her and tell her about her adventures at sea.
And Plum is more than happy to give you any information that you want. Even stories of adventures where it was her and Bryant as well.
She definitely doesn't ask like straightforward about that, but she like definitely nudges the conversation over to like what it was like when she first met Bryant and stuff.
Oh, and just like, you know, in typical mother fashion, she tells you stories of like, you know, when he was a little kid and everything, and pretty much doesn't like leave anything out of detail. So, you know, every now and then you get like an embarrassing story that he probably doesn't want you to hear, but you know, she's happy to tell you about it.
Gaining information. That's what she does. I don't know what the rest of y'all doing.
Yep. Is anybody else needing to take care of anything before heading to your newly retrofitted ship, or are we good to go forward a couple hours?
Nothing that Shara's looking to do. She might go to the ship area ahead of everyone else just so she can have a bit of a swim. What I assume is safe waters.
Yep, water's safe.
Okay, so you swim around a bit, stretch that tail, stretch those swimming muscles, and then she'll be there when everyone else shows up.
Actually, Cannonball will probably go for a swim too.
Okay. Earl, Mira, you guys doing anything?
And for giggles, we're gonna race a little bit with Shara. Swim speed of 40.
Also a swim speed of 40.
Hey, love it.
I'm just checking my swim speed.
Are they done on the boat? Like, is it?
They're putting the finishing touches on it.
Are we allowed on the boat?
No. They're sort of like the crew is kind of like standing there on the deck, just watching them put the finishing touches on it, helping out when they're instructed by the numerous albino and jet black possums kind of barking orders at one another.
And not really?
They let you go to like the top deck, but like anytime.
That's more what I was wanting, just to see what they've done, familiarize myself with what's there.
And the ship looks completely different. Like there are freshly stitched sails, brand new rigging. If the boat has been painted, the cannons are in place, the ballasts are in place. Everything looks wonderful. And they've even secured the siren front piece onto the ship.
Pearl would probably be doing quartermasterly things and just kind of wandering around and checking her list of what she thinks should be happening against what's happened to make sure that everything looks the way it's supposed to.
Yep, and everything matches up 1-to-1. Everything that you have ordered has been neatly stored, is secured. You know, it doesn't look like they've skimped out on anything. So as long as you've ordered it, it's there. But a couple hours pass, and Mama Plum kind of leads those of you who aren't already down there down to the docks, as I forget your ship's name. The Wild Wanderer is now there in front of you in all of its brand new, freshly painted fashion. As she
You'd never believe we got her for 1,000 gold.
She kind of reaches into like a side apron and she pulls out just a large wine bottle and kind of hands it to Rory. You need to christen it.
1001, actually. Okay. And she'll kind of go, please break, in her head. She's like, please break. Please don't let this be embarrassing for me. And she's gonna just do a little whirl and then crash it against the ship. May the wild wanderer set her sails.
And as you say it, thankfully, bottle shatters without any sort you're like, please break, please break, and you swing, and there's just an audible crash of glass as like whatever liquid was in the bottle goes across the front of the ship. But as that happens, just this glow sort of trails along the hull of the ship and starts climbing up to the side of it as well, just giving the ship just this beautiful gleam for a brief moment, and it climbs up the mast over the sails. And what I'm going to allow you guys to do is create your own emblem if you wish, but that emblem is now emblazoned on your sails as the Wild Wanderer is now yours.
We'll have to discuss. Thank you, Mama Plum and family. We owe you much and are very grateful.
Oh, you don't owe us anything, dear. Any friend of my dear Bryant is a friend of ours. You just make sure you look after the ship and you look after him.
We will.
And you, and she kind of like points to Bryant, I hear that you have started any kitchen fires, if you've overcooked any meat, if you've given anyone food poisoning, you know what's going to happen to you. And he kind of like shies away a little bit from her. He's like, I know, Mama, I know. You don't have to worry. I've learned my lesson. And she's like, good. And she kind of like jumps up and gives him like a little kiss on the cheek. And she turns to the rest of you. Well, happy and safe sailing. And if you ever need anything else from us, just remember, one person's trash is a possum's treasure. And she kind of like backs away to let everybody up the gangplank onto the ship's deck. The crew instantly getting to their positions and getting ready to depart on your orders.
Rory gets out a little quick sheet of a bunch of sailing terms that she's been trying to study. And then kind of just looks at a loss and just nudges Jenka. Like, could you get them started?
And Jenka like just kind of like looks at you, a little bit of annoyance on her face, and just like, yeah, whatever, and starts barking orders to everybody, getting them in place, telling them what to do, just making sure that everybody's operational.
Rory just puts her hat on and walks up like tall and just like, yes, this is, she points a few, like just kind of emphasizing whatever Jenka's saying. Like, performing the captain.
So, as you get onto the ship, everything has been added on that you have asked. There is an upgraded kitchen. There are better bunks and cabins, foot lockers and everything for the crew, for you yourselves as well. Rory, I would assume that you're taking the captain's quarters.
Yes.
Okay, if you're taking the captain's quarters, there is a large table in the center of it that's got like a world map, almost pretty much embossed into the wood itself. You've got a few personal chests here and there, a very large wardrobe, like a large, like almost triple bed. Like this thing looks like it can easily fit a half giant. It would be comfortable.
Okay.
Very luxurious in here.
I could get used to this.
Below decks, your cargo hold is now outfitted with enough rope and ties and everything to tie everything down. It's still able to hold 100 tons worth of cargo. There's been a section on the second deck that has been transformed into sort of like an alchemy section, like an alchemist lab slash doctor's quarters at any point that you get a ship medic. But there's the powder room, which is where all the cannonballs and black powder for the cannons themselves are stored. And you pretty much have the run of a brand new, fully outfitted ship that you technically pulled from the bottom of the ocean. But yeah, I'm going to take you back to the world map here, as travel is now yours. This ship is completely capable of deep sea travel, so you can go anywhere.
Well, Captain, where to be our heading?
I'm going to call up Pearl. And who is our other navigator type person? Was
That's
Shara.
Shara or Janka?
Shara.
Shara.
Shara's the helmsman, and she also has the navigation set.
Oh yeah, Jenka's on cartography. My bad.
I'm gonna bring all three of you in.
So you're pretty much having an officers meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say at that point in time, like everybody would be in there then.
Yeah. We'll just call everybody. At that point, I feel kind of bad about not including Mirror and Cannonball.
Oh, I would assume that everybody in the player group is on senior staff here.
You would want your first mate there too, just saying.
Yeah. For sure. So she'll call everybody in and look at the map and go, where has the best weather right now, at least? Let's start there.
So I would say most of you know, since you've been in the Tricorn your entire lives, that this is the start of the summer season here. So pretty much everywhere is going to have glorious weather. Like around these times, like weather around the islands themselves, they can get a little bit hot, but nothing unbearable. Unless you go over to like Stormbreaker Landing, where it's quite literally just white sand beaches. Then when you get closer inland, it's nothing but a desert.
Well, we've been going. I don't see like a compass on the map. Is it oriented like usual compass?
Yeah,
like
north, south, north,
Okay.
south, east, west. Yeah.
Well, we've been heading north of Tidelight. Should we continue that trek? I'd rather. It might be wise to avoid the waters outside of Tidelight.
And remember, matey, don't go between the three islands.
Right.
We could head for Echo Bay.
That'd be a good place to maybe. By then we'll have some. We could do some trade.
At the very least, maybe we could get there and kind of poke around, see how our heat is doing.
That's a good call. I do have some contacts in Echo Bay. It's been a while, but Yeah, sounds as good as any. What do the rest of you think? Echo Bay?
Away from here in Echo Bay sounds good at the moment.
Not going back past Tidelight, I think, is very wise.
First mate.
Anywhere be an adventure, and going back be a death sentence. Forward, I say.
How close to shore do we want to travel?
Depends on what type of activity ye be looking for, matey.
I've spent most of my life on shore or close to it. The open waters is more unknown to me, but if you think it might be safer.
Nay, matey, the closer to the shore, the safer ye be. Privateers don't like... well, typically don't like to look for trouble close to shore.
Except for closer to shore, our movements can be more easily tracked.
And there be the balancing act where ye have to decide, Captain.
Let's head out to sea a bit, and then go north. Just get a little distance from shore.
Yep. So if you were to go just a little bit out to sea and then travel north here,
Well, we're actually at the red dot.
I know. I'm just saying that, like,
Oh,
once you
okay.
pull out, you're going to be there.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So if we did that, so that's about 5-day journey to go from where you're at right now at the scrapyard out a little bit to the ocean and then towards Echo Bay.
And we won't even need to resupply. We could just check it out.
Is every one of these squares at normal day or at normal speed is about a day's worth of travel.
Okay. All right. Man your stations. Right.
There's a brief moment of like, what station am I again? Oh, right. Okay. And Shara scurries off.
Go boss people around.
And about every one of these squares out on the ocean is about 120 miles. Because that's the average speed per day of your ship. So, as you push off, you know, all the possums are, you know, calling out and waving by and everything as you pull out. And how we are going to do travel here. You have a course plotted, so that's good. Shara.
Yes.
As Helm, you are going to be making travel rolls. You are also going to be able to decide, as a group, if you want to go slower or faster. Going slower, it's going to take a little extra time progressing, of course. Normal speed, just average everyday sailing. If you're doing any sort of faster travel, you most definitely cover you could cover farther out in the map in a day's worth of travel, but it does put strain on your ship, which would then need to be repaired either in dock or by one of your crew members. But I leave that option up to you.
How do you do, like, if somebody wanted to give her like a help action or something, like how would you like to run that in this game?
Perfectly
without
good
spamming
question.
it?
So, help action, instantly as having a course navigated will instantly give a +2 to a roll for these sailings as long as you are trying to stick on course. If you want to give the help action, somebody must be manning the crow's nest, as the crow's nest will be able to keep a lookout for anything near the ship.
I'll talk to my officers, see if any of them want the job, and if not, I'll find one of our smaller crewmen to go up.
Yep, you do have 10 crewmen at the moment.
Think somewhere in there I have that on things that I
You
was
have that as one of
able
your
to do.
capabilities, but you don't have to. But Rory will offer it to you first.
Okay. So now where does navigation come into this then?
Navigation comes in with plotting courses for the initial map, and I guess you would also be good in the crow's nest as well, as you would technically be able to keep an eye out in the surrounding area, call out any like any swells or any oncoming storms or anything like that, as you would have a much better view than Shara would. Because on the helm you don't have the best eyesight.
Well, I'm pretty short anyway. Yeah, I think I would actually probably, looking at everything here, I probably would be quite happy up in the crow's nest.
Okay. So as long as you have somebody up in the crow's nest, any of the travel rules are made with advantage. And with a navigated plot, since you do have a plan of where you're going at the moment, you can also add 2 to your roll.
Okay.
And Pearl wouldn't have to be there all the time. Like, you can swap out with one of
Most
deckhands
definitely.
and stuff.
But if there's roles that involve navigators tools, or that would be.
I will say that there are times where you are going to have to be relieved. Either you have one of the crew members relieve you, or you have another member of the senior staff relieve you, because you can't work beyond a certain amount of time.
Yep.
So it's like you at max, like you have 8 hours in a day to do what you need to do. And after those 8 hours, you need to be relieved. You can attempt to push yourself afterwards, but pushing yourself after that 8 hour marker, you will take a point of exhaustion.
And this ship specifically, is it sailing small vessel or sailing large vessel?
This is technically considered a large vessel. A small vessel would be something like a barge or a dinghy or a rowboat or anything. This is a full-on ship, so this would be a large vessel.
So my proficiency lies with small vessels. So while manning the helm and making rolls, can I count that towards working on a proficiency for
Most
sailing
definitely.
a large vessel?
Most definitely. So since you are not proficient in it, it's a good thing you have somebody in the crow's nest, because that kind of makes you roll at disadvantage.
Yeah.
But with Pearl up there, you make it a normal roll. And you still get that +2 from the charted course.
Okay, so whenever we're ready to go, I guess I can make that first roll.
Yeah. The floor is all of yours. So go ahead and give us that first travel roll.
With that +2 from the charted course, that's going to be a 24 on the first roll for this
Nice.
ship.
And just as you expect, pulling out from the dock at the scrapyard and going through the shallow waters of the coast out into the deep blue of the Tricorn, it is clear sailing the entire time. Which is thankful. It kind of puts sort of like the anxiety that you were originally feeling, never having operated a ship of this size, Shara, and you're able to just easily glide it out into deep sea.
And Rory would like to take out her instruments and to help with morale as we get off, to kind of lift up everyone on our maiden voyage. She's gonna start playing a song. It's basically like The Longing, which is a sailing song about a ship coming to harbor and wanting to sail away and longing for like the sea and the sails and the unknown, and about being with your crew and being a hero out on the seas. So it's
Okay.
a real song, but
Go ahead and
that's what she's saying.
give me a performance roll.
And it's sort of jaunty, like it's got a bit of like a bounce and a jaunty and uplifting
Yeah.
kind of feeling to it.
Something to lift everyone's spirits.
Oh, natural 20.
Perfect. Perfect. This
That's so perfect.
you start playing this tune, and within a matter of moments, you can see like the crew's eyes light up as they start joining you in song as they're, you know, working on the docks and making sure the ship is just in tip-top shape. So with this performance, you have given the entire crew inspiration.
I already had inspiration.
Oh
But
no,
now
I
the
mean,
whole
I mean the
crowd
crew
is-
members, like they are all now inspired, and like they are just, it's amazing. They seem to be they're able to do the work of like 2 people each.
Yay!
But as the ship is out at sea, Pearl, as you are our navigator and up in the crow's nest, can you give me a percentile roll?
$32.
32. So you're going about, and you're out to sea for probably about 4 hours now. And from your spot in the crow's nest, your eyes catch a glint of something metal sort of reflecting off the sun about due northeast of your location.
So if I was to ping it on the map, that would be kind of there-ish.
Like in that direction, yes, but it's not
Okay,
it's
all
not that far out.
Oh, okay.
But you're seeing something like metal something, maybe a good 400 or 500 feet away from you.
Okay. So, let me just check here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll call out, Helmsman Shara, I see a glint of metal to the northeast, maybe 500 yards off of, starboard.
Madbird Studios, thank you for that raid.
I'll call back. Do you want me to head towards it?
That's up to the captain.
The captain is currently, let's see. I played a song for a while, played music. This is a little later.
This is a little later, yeah.
Then I'm currently lounging in a chair drinking sangria.
Very
If,
captain.
Just Captain's
looks like-
sunglasses, feet up on like one of the banisters.
Yep.
Just-
And I kind of have like some reflective like mirror thing like in front of me, like tanning.
Fox,
Wearing
what is
practically like a bathing suit, like Renaissance bathing suit.
Fox? What is that notification in chat? The one that says Nan.
I don't know. I think Twitch just broke.
Okay.
There. Like usually that Nan is what it puts in place of like a symbol or a word that it just didn't process correctly.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Twitch being Twitch.
I got very confused at the moment. So yeah, you get notified that there's something casting a reflection about 500-600 feet off the northeast of you. And Shara's asking if she should steer towards it.
Yeah. Could be something valuable.
I make the appropriate course adjustments.
Okay.
I reluctantly put away my mirrored thing and put my armor on. Just in case. I'm not stupid.
Damn it, I gotta like look official.
Get my hat on.
So you come.
I also give the order to warn the rest of the crew that we're approaching an unknown object.
Okay. And it's like as soon as you notify the crew of this, they sort of slow. Well, not really slow, but they sort of start laying off the sails. So the ship like initially begins to naturally slow down, just begin to coast as you get closer to the ship. Shara, how far, like what sort of distance are you trying to give the ship between it and whatever this item is?
I would say doing my best to get the ship within 40 to 60 feet of it.
Okay.
I also give the order down to Cannonball and his crew I give the order for some of the deckhands to go down to assist Cannonball in preparing weapons and getting things armed just in case.
Okay, so you're pretty much going to like a yellow alert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so as I'm up in the crow's nest, and I would actually have a spyglass up as part of my navigator's tool set. May I do some sort of check to see if I can discern more about the object?
Most definitely. Go ahead and give me an investigation roll.
That's not good. It's an 8.
An 8. You look down through your spyglass trying to get an observation. As soon as that happens, you just get an eyeful of like reflective sunlight through the lens of the spyglass. Just very unluckily, you kind of like pull your head away and you're like kind of just trying to get rid of that initial starburst sensation after being blinded.
Is that from the object or it's just so bright?
When you looked down through the spyglass, you caught it at an unfortunate angle, and whatever object was casting that reflection just gave you a full blast of sunlight through the spyglass.
So I'll holler back to Shara. It's very reflective, but I still can't tell what it is.
Those of you who are top deck, once the ship begins to slow down, you're about 40, 60 feet away from it. It's a small single person craft. Just a simple wooden boat. It's got like a small like tent covering the back half. And it's kind of rocking at a weird angle. As you can see that a grapnel javelin is embedded through the side of like the tent and sort of has lodged itself into the ship. Though there's a cut tether, sort of freeing it from whatever was trying to capture it. And that's what was sort of reflecting off the sunlight. And you do see a singular person sort of like leaned over the side of the railing with a harpoon in their back. Skin looks a bit grayish, little waterlogged. They're in like this long purplish like dress. From the looks of the body, it's probably been out here a couple days, as it's, aside from like the graying on the arms, like the exposed skin on the back and on the neck are extremely red from sunburn.
Mirror, you want to go check that out?
Yes.
See if you can recover that. Was it a harpoon? Grappling hook?
Yeah, it's one of those.
Grappling
It's one of those. You remember the grappling hooks that you were asking for like ship to ship tethering? It's one of those that's lodged into the ship. Sort of overkill for a ship this size too.
Mirror, we could use that. Could you also check the body, see if they have any valuables on them?
We
See if there's anything else in the boat?
can. We are going to have to get closer. I cannot fly.
Right. Shara, take us closer.
will do my best to get us closer without, running this thing over.
Pearl, watch the water.
Go ahead and give me a go ahead and give me another quick check for the handling of the ship, seeing as how you're trying to bring it closer than 20 feet.
That will be a 16.
A 16? Yeah, it's good enough. There's a little thud as the ship sort of makes contact with the other ship and it sort of rocks it, but it still stays afloat.
Do you want to go on your own, or you want to take one of the deckhands with you?
Probably, I wouldn't recommend ever leaving the ship alone. That's how people die.
Okay. Take one of our capable deckhands then. Do we have?
One of
I
them's
didn't get a
wearing
list of
red,
names
isn't he?
yet.
I haven't given you a list of names.
Okay.
The one in the red shirt, right?
But
Yeah,
there is one
red
in
shirt.
there is one in a red shirt.
Take him. Sorry, what's your
Ensign
name?
Smith, you're with me.
Ensign Smith. He sort of straightens his shirt a little bit and stands at attention. My name is Esteban, Captain.
Esteban. Right, Esteban.
Just a middle-aged human male, long black hair, neatly trimmed beard.
Human?
Human. And he sort of follows orders and accompanies Muir down onto the free-floating ship. He kind of takes a rope with him and he ties one side of it to the railing, and as he goes down with Muir, he ties the other end of it to the ship's railing so it can't really float away from you, keeping the ships tethered to one another. Muir, what would you like to do on this ship?
Just for clarification, how big is it roughly, give or take?
It's it looks to be like a single person craft, maybe like a little makeshift board, large enough to fit like a large tent in the back to where whomever is sailing the ship is going to be able to sleep and have protection from the weather. But no weaponry whatsoever on this thing.
No weaponry. Is the person officially dead, Jerky?
Yeah, there is no chance in hell that this person is still alive. The harpoon has kind of sort of gone through and through and kind of lodged them onto the ship.
Then remove said harpoon
Okay.
from the deceased, and do the respectable thing and feed the fishes.
Okay. So as you pull the harpoon out, it's kind of caked in like this dried black blood. And you kind of just like toss it off to the side and you can see the wound on its back. It's like around the fabric of where it hit is just that blackish blood as well. You kind of, do you take any opportunity to inspect the body, see who it was, or do you just
Is there
heave-ho?
anything? I'm gonna ask him to roll something.
Captain did order you to search the body.
No,
Whether you listen
but
is
is
another
there
thing.
any notable, anything that would denote him as a part of any faction or who the hell he was?
Not from the back. It doesn't look like.
Well, then we're going to roll him over to the front and check for anything.
All right, and when you roll them over to the front, you can see that the graying that was on the arms is also on the face, as you can see like a barnacle or two attached to like the lower jaw and the top of the forehead area. Its face is a bit elongated, like a gnarled, twisted nose. Its teeth are just like crooked and green. The eyes, as they're still opened as they died in shock, are just like this milky white now. And
Nothing we can do about that.
Muir's heard about this before. This is a hag. This is one of the sea hags that are like notorious for like going or like sailing around. They've got their own crew, they've got their own like fleet. But this is a lone sea hag.
Kill it with fire, matey.
Should we do that? Is that something that needs to be? We could light it on fire.
God, you know, at that point, my eagerness to like loot the boat has gone down the tubes. I don't want any books off of this thing.
And as you're saying that, Esteban is already pulling stuff out of the tent. He's kind of like stacking up on the deck, and he's got a couple chests, and he's got like a rolled up like bed thing, and he sort of just like pulled the tent down and thrown it off to the side of the rope. And you can see that it's just like an average domicile. It's nothing pretty.
Is there...
Actually, we wouldn't know because he didn't share with us that it was a sea hag. Sorry, I reacted to Cannonball saying something, so I didn't say
quickly,
that.
like as he's doing this, just rummage through the things, looking for actual valuables, not anything else.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation roll for that.
That is a 14.
A 14. So there is a foot locker that seems to catch your interest. It's currently sealed, but you know, anything sealed on the sea is worth investigating. The rags of clothing and the sleeping bag that it looks like it was using as a bed doesn't really catch your attention. But there is like near the back there is a black skull that's sort of been embedded into the back of the ship.
Nope, we're leaving that. Fuck that. Nope.
Did you say that Esteban found books?
Yeah, Esteban has also stacked up books.
Okay.
Esteban, do you happen to have a knife on you?
He's like, I've got 6 knives. He kind of just pulls one off of his hip and flips it over and hands it to you, handle first.
Take a knife, put it in where the front of the box where it would meet.
Okay.
Smack it with the flat of my axe, and pry up.
All right, go ahead and give me, since this is a force, go ahead and give me a, say, athletics.
Yeah, I can do that. That is a 19 on the die for a total of 24.
And you pop. No damage to the knife, no damage to your axe. Aside from
And back the knife. Thank you.
Aside from the broken lock, no damage to the chest.
That was exactly what I was going for.
As you open it up, there is another book. A black stone. A small, like, twisted, like, serpentine dagger. And then just this large... What would a 12-sided die?
You look about as impressed as I do.
Yeah, and there's like just this like a dodecagon being made completely of paper. Large, like
that's
almost like ball size.
Oh, look at Esteban. Leave everything here. Can you go find Cannonball for me?
Cannonball, he's the Oh wait,
Scary
he kind of like thumbs his head like, I know Cannonball, he brought me on. Yeah, I'll go get him. And as he's climbing up, he's just yelling, "Hey, Bill!
What you want, matey?
Mirror wants you." And he kind of slides back down the rope.
Yeah, a lot of people want a lot of things, but fine.
And you can see Cannonball very reluctantly gets off the ship and gets his rear end over to the, well, I guess a smaller boat, if you want to call it that, even at that point.
And as you get down there, you see. Did you already throw the hag overboard, or did you leave her?
Nope.
All right, Bill. You
I'm
see.
holding on to that for a moment.
You see a obviously dead sea hag on just like kind of like plopped up against like the banister of the ship now. Just like an open foot locker with the items that I described, a small stack of books, and that black skull that's kind of like embedded into the ship.
Right.
Just around. Do we light it all on fire?
Well, if we don't light it on fire, matey, we blow it up with an explosive.
So we're not.
I'll tell you
taking any
this,
of
and you can-
onto the boat.
Cannonball will look at Mirror here, and he'll tell you can actually see that like there's a glimmer of something in Cannonball's eyes, and it ain't joy, put it that way. Honestly, if you have any form of instincts, considering you're barbarian, you would. It looks like fear in Cannonball's eyes here, and he'll look at Mirror here and go,
Trust me, matey, anything that has to do with anything when it comes to dealing with those
and he looks at the hag and spits on the floor of the boat.
monsters. Well, matey, it always brings nothing but grief, pain, and suffering. Burn the whole thing, I tell ye.
As clearly, clearly Cannonball wants to have absolutely nothing to do with this.
If the warlock wants nothing to do with it, we want nothing at all to do with it.
Keep anything, paper, information, books.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
When I say burn it all, matey, I say burn it all. Trust me, you'll thank me
Look
for it
up.
later.
Not considering what it is. I need fire. I look at Cannonball. Do you have fire?
I didn't bring the hot sauce with me, matey.
I'm gonna look at Esteban, and I'm gonna try to like motion to him to get the book, and to be sneaky about it. Can I roll something to try to
Give me
get that message to him?
give me a deception roll here, and this will be versus like the DC will be versus Cannonball and Mirror's passive perception.
Wait, I have a better idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn away and walk a little bit away, and whisper and cast message to Esteban,
Perfect.
and tell him my orders,
Okay.
and tell him to try to do so stealthily without them
Right.
noticing the book is gone.
What
to
is?
pick his moment?
Yep. What are your passive perceptions, Cannonball and Mirror?
14.
It should be like on the first page of the character sheet.
13.
13. Both of you see Esteban failing miserably, trying to sneak a couple books into his like hip satchel.
He has inspiration.
Okay, yeah, you know what? He does have inspiration. Give me a moment. Okay, never mind. You don't see that. As the two of you are discussing, Esteban goes about his business and pulls himself back up to the deck. Did you order him to grab just books or anything paper?
Anything paper, any information.
Okay. So by the time the two of you realize that Esteban is gone, there's about 6 books that were on the deck itself missing. The book that was in the chest and that giant dodecagon that was in the chest as well.
Look at Cannibal. Where the hell are the books?
Matey, I haven't moved here from earlier. Obviously not me who got me hands on it. I'm still here.
All right,
Can't
Cannibal, you've
wait.
got explosives, don't you? You've got some fire on you, I'm sure. Go ahead. Take care of it.
You know, a little bit of pitch and a torch would easily light this thing aflame.
Well, I hope if Esteban took that, he knows is that tag curses usually end in death. And I say that just loud enough that he could hear.
I message him and tell him to put it in a chest in my room.
And he does just that.
Man has a death wish. Knew he was wearing a red.
So on your character sheet or on your information in your inventory, make sure to note that you have 6 various books, a black tome, and a large dodecagon in one of your chests in the captain's quarters.
Okay.
But if you
This
guys
is my
are
voice.
looking to pretty much scuttle the ship, just like set it on fire, I'm not going to make you roll anything for it. It's simple enough for a ship this size.
As Muir mentions that, you know, hag curses end in death, Cannonball will actually look at him, and again, you can see that the man's eyes, it's the eyes of someone who's seen shit, right? And he is going to look at Muir and say,
Trust me, matey, death be a sweet release when it comes to hag curses.
and he will say that in his extremely loud Cannonball voice, as he always seems to be talking on caps lock, before grabbing that pitch you said, right? And
Yeah, just a
obviously
little bit of
scuttling-
pitch and a torch.
Oh yeah.
All you
We're-
need.
We're splashing a generous amount of pitch and lighting the whole damn thing on fire.
Okay. And you're able to easily, like, just scuttle this ship as you sail off. Now in possession of 7 books from a hag ship and a giant paper dodecagon.
And I, as the player, am sad we left that black stone behind. I have a feeling I know what it was. Pretty sure Mia had one briefly.
I will say, yes, it was a heartstone.
Mm.
It was,
What?
yeah, it was a heartstone.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool.
Heartstones are things that hags carry with them that pretty much can cure any disease. Yeah.
Damn it, my character's only interested in information.
And
I had to
say that.
Though
to say that.
normally
Nothing to do.
normally the heartstones aren't black though. And like normally the heartstones are the only thing that look nice that a hag carries. But yeah, you scuttle the little hag dinghy and continue on your way.
Can I? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go, oh, okay. So, as a druid, would I have any knowledge of sea hags?
Not of sea
Or-
hags, no. They're not necessarily anything natural. They're pretty much the opposite. They're fey, but that's about the extent of it.
So, if it basically as a water ganassi, no, that does not.
No,
No.
like
Okay.
they're not like 1-to-1.
Okay. So, yeah, I was trying. I won't metagame here.
Yeah, so like like as a druid, you wouldn't know anything about the hags, though as a sailor, you can give me a history roll.
Okay. Yeah. There's actually something specific I'm wondering.
What is that?
I'm wondering why a hag that theoretically would have a fleet. Why a hag is by themselves in a small ship? It's
Your
kinda weird.
history roll may provide answers to that.
Okay. Oh, probably not. No, doesn't look good. No, just a 10.
Just a 10. You know, a couple of them sort of venture off from the fleet every now and again to do their own thing. This could have just been one of them that was doing their own sort of investigations or incantations, and unfortunately ran afoul of a much larger and much heavily armed ship.
Okay, so no big alarm bells that this is really odd.
No, this
Okay.
just looks like a lone hag that was caught on like an afternoon sailing trip.
I'm going to take the. Sorry, I'm gonna move the. I'm gonna put my leather gloves on, and I'm going to move the black tome and the dodecahedron. Is it the dodecahedron?
Yeah, the dodecagon. It's just a giant. It's pretty
Dodecagon,
much a
sorry.
giant paper D12.
I'm gonna take the dodecadon and the black tome and put it in a smaller chest
Okay.
that fits like more of just those items. And I'm gonna put,
When you handle the dodecagon, can you? Can you give me a charisma roll? Just straight charisma roll.
that straight charisma, so just my modifier 18.
18. Okay. So as you pick it up, it kind of rumbles for a moment, but settles down and lets you put it into the smaller chest.
Yeah, I know you're probably trouble. And I'm gonna take the.
It came from a hag ship. I mean.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the 6 books that were outside of the locker, and I'm gonna put those in another chest, a chest that's a bit more obvious to see.
And
But
while you're putting these books away, you notice that all of these are just smutty sea novels.
great.
Like that, like these look like these were just lazy afternoon reading.
I just put them on my bookshelf. I already have like a couple. I'm like, oh, that one actually finishes this set.
I have the collection.
I've been looking for volume 3. And so the little chest of the dodecagon and the black tome, I'd like to try to hide that really well. Like,
Okay.
if I could use my deception, because I'm going to try to make it look like I'm going to pull up floorboards or like, make it look in a really, really normal looking
You
spot.
most definitely can give me a deception roll here.
Okay. I rolled. Calculator, where'd you go? There you are. This isn't that hard of math, but my brain no wanna worky. I rolled low, so 17.
17. Yeah, you're able to stash it away. If you want, go ahead and DM me where you were hiding it in your captain's quarters.
Okay. Do I want to use my inspiration to hide it better?
Also, like, it's not necessarily hiding it better. It was just a DC to see if you were able to find a spot somewhere where you can keep it safely out of sight, and you passed, so you're fine.
Okay. I will message you and give it some thought.
Okay.
So Ishara she's still at the helm.
Mhm.
She's been waiting for somebody to say resume course. So she's just kind of standing there looking around at this point.
And you see there are a couple other crew members as well, those who have been working the sails, sort of standing around waiting for somebody to give the order to keep going, as that ship is now on fire and it's like right next to you guys. But nobody's given the order to resume course, so you're just sitting there. And there comes a knock on your door. Rory's like, Captain, should we get moving away from the burning ship?
As they knock, I open. I'm like, I've got one of the smutty books open, and I'm at
It's
my
like
desk.
they just peek their head in, and like a bit of panic is on their face. It's like nobody gave the order to resume course, and well, that
Right.
hag ship is getting a little hot.
Yeah, I put my hat on and I go out. Right, that's enough here. Resume course.
And as soon as that happens, full sails come down, and you just guys start taking off.
Have to get used to that position.
She's not gonna be perfect.
I mean, to be fair, like Rory, Cannonball, or Jenka can make that call to resume course.
Thank you. I have
But-
two other people.
But Jenka's not here. Cannonball's kind of going through some, hag PTSD, so kind of falls on you.
Right. I look around for like, fuck. Okay. Good. Everyone's busy again. Pearl, is there anything else out there, or is it just that?
I would like to do a 360 with the spyglass, with or without the spyglass.
Are you doing it with or without?
Can I do both or no?
I would say one or the other, because it's going to be a perception roll.
Okay. Without.
Okay, so go ahead and give me perception. Actually, no. Give me percentiles.
Ugh.
Because you are in the percentiles spot at the moment.
Oh, 69.
Nice.
Nice.
So as you're up there, and you kind of do a 360, a seagull sort of lands on the crow's nest and kind of just stares at you for a moment, almost knowing, like almost it's looking at you as if it knows you, and it tilts its head and it just regurgitates something onto the onto the floor of the crow's nest and then flies off.
I look down to see what it is.
It's a compass.
Oh. I'd like to look at this compass closely to see if it looks well. Do I have prestidigitation?
I don't know. Are you going to pick up the seagull spit embossed?
Unfortunately,
That's not a druid spell.
yeah. Well, I have a druid that has a quirk that has it, but not this one.
Okay.
Okay, no. I guess the best I can do is pick it up with a handkerchief and clean it off, and then have a good look at it to see if I can see anything unusual about this compass.
There isn't anything unusual, though. The back of the compass bears the logo of your grandfather's shipping company. And it's a very finely made, like silver placed compass.
Have I seen anybody holding this compass before?
This seems to be a compass that's given to every captain of one of your grandfather's ships on the first day that they set sail for the company. It's sort of like a badge of honor.
I'm going to flip it open and see if there's any engraving on the inside to see who it belongs to.
No engraving. Though the word no name is engraved, though.
Initials?
No, the word congratulations is sort of etched in there, which is pretty much etched into every one of the the lids of the compass. Compass itself works as normal, but you're now in possession of the compass of one of the captains from your grandfather's fleet.
Yeah, which is making me slightly alarmed. Am I able to take out my spyglass and see which way that seagull is heading? Can I still see which way the seagull's going?
Yeah, you with that you can give me a perception roll.
Can't roll worth anything tonight. That's only a 12.
A 12? It's still easy enough to find. You're just like out in the open, everything. You saw which way it flew off after it regurgitated the compass, and you're able to get sight of it as it flies deeper out to sea. More of a due east position than where you're at right now. And then it continues to fly, and then all of a sudden the wings like sort of go limp as it just nosedives down into the ocean. And there's like a small little splash of water following the hit. As it now just floats there in the ocean dead.
I am going to call for one of the crew, one of the deckhands, to relieve me on the crow's nest, and I am going to go down. And I am, I need to look. I'm going to try to find Cannonball.
Okay. I think, where would Cannonball be at this point in time? Would he still just be top deck?
So, does the first mate have a cabin at this point?
Yeah, the first mate has quarters.
Okay. Yeah, no, after an encounter with a hag like that, Captain Cannonball would most definitely be in his cabin, and most probably praying.
Okay.
Okay.
I will say though that you're able to locate him because some of the crew did see him go to quarters.
He was not discreet about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am going to be running around talking to crew till I find where Cannonball is, and I'm going to basically at a sprint. I'm going to be heading for his door, and I'm going to pound on the door.
Okay.
You'll hear, most probably hear some prayer or another involving Ol Hydra here, and as you're slamming onto the door, "What is it, matey?" He'll run, well, not run, but quickly get to the door and slam it open.
Cannonball, I think we may have some sort of a problem.
Again, that's 2 for 2 today. What is it?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not sure. I was up on the crow's nest, and this seagull flew up to me, which is not unusual, but it had sort of a I know you look, if a seagull can have such a look. It regurgitated this compass. And this is what concerns me. Then I watched it fly off. It flew off sort of out to sea, east, and then it just stopped flying and just plummeted onto the water, and it's floating out there. Seems to be dead. Anyway, but the compass, it's one of the ones from my grandfather's fleet. It's given to a captain the first time they take command of a ship. It would be, for a captain, one of their most prized possessions. And yet here I am holding this compass. I cannot believe that I would have this compass if the person who owned it was alive.
So, Cannonball listens to all of this looking at Pearl. He'll definitely raise an eyebrow here and say, I do concur with ye, matey, that we most probably have a dead captain from ye granddads
trading company somewhere around here. And considering the dead hag we just found in a boat, tell you what, matey, if you go back up that crow's nest, look for debris, potentially a trail of it.
Okay, that's a start. And I will do exactly that.
The only connection I could see between the two events is one of the hags and one of your grandfather's ships may have had a entanglement of sorts, yes?
Well, that's a better conclusion than I was coming to.
As to
a
why
way.
a seagull may have dropped it upon your mast, matey, I'll tell you that. I be not too sure. And on that note, one thing Cannonball's gonna do here is if Pearl is showing him the compass, he'll take a look at it and say, well, I be no navigator, nor be I a cartographer. But if you want to do yourself a favor, make sure that compass points north the same way ours do. If it do not, the object may or may not have been tampered with.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take out my own compass and I'm going to compare it to the we'll call it the silver compass
Okay.
for starters.
And like you compare it and it's a 1-to-1 balance. Like whatever direction you point yours, it points as well.
Okay, so then I'm going back up to the crow's nest and I'm going to use my spyglass to start looking for debris to the east.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
It's a little bit better. That one's an 18.
So you look out due east for any sign of debris, any smoke, anything, and there's nothing of that sort. Though as the waves are slowly rolling, you catch sight of an individual standing on the sea itself. Its body sort of torn, clothing just ragged, skin as well, just completely I don't want to say it's not dry docked, but it's bloated with like seawater. Though you instantly peg this person as your mentor that was ripped off of that dock all that time ago from what you thought was a kraken, just standing out there like almost looking dead on at you as the sea kind of like rolls up, like a wave kind of rolls up, kind of blocking your vision, and as it goes back down, he's not there. And we are going to end there for this week.
Boy. So it's there, and then
he's there, and then like a wave comes up and like kind of blocks your vision. As it comes back down, he's not.
Okay.
But that is where we will end for this week. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in as we do another episode of the Tricorn Isles. This is not the only show that we do. Upcoming tomorrow is another episode of Destiny Forged.
Is there another episode tomorrow with Zoro not in attendance?
I will have to check because I'm gonna check to see if Zoro is able to make it. If not, what I'm gonna do is I'll do the lore dump and I will send everything to Zoro as well as I have thought up a way of Kemek being there, but if Zoro can't be there, then it's it won't be any or too much of an issue. And then if Zoro has any questions, I'll be able to get with her. But
Yeah.
yeah, so we'll have an episode tomorrow of Destiny Forged, and then this upcoming Saturday it will be another episode of Withered Wastes, which is our 5th edition post-apocalypse I almost said Extinction Curse campaign. On next Saturday will be another episode of Wayward Wanderers, which is the Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign. And then coming back here on Monday will be another episode of Tricorn Isles, as it will be the normal time slot. And like on our alternating Mondays, normally is our episodes of Mass Effect Horizons, which is our 5th edition Mass Effect campaign. But for now, we are going to head on out. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.